All right. And David also has got tiles in, TTG meters, TTG productions. Here we go.
Welcome to the Zoom Test Kitchen where the magic happens live. Every Friday we're on air, testing tech to thrive. From screen share to breakout rooms, we push Zoom to its max. So sit back, relax, and let's see what's in our tech hacks. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We'll dive into the settings, explore every single tab. Make sure your mic is clear, your camera not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks. We'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with ease. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions we'll show you done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on and teaching about Zoom functionalities in a fun, engaging way. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. We've got your back, no wreck. We've got your back, no wreck. These lyrics capture the essence of what the Zoom Test Kitchen does, focusing on testing and teaching about Zoom functionalities in the fun, engaging way.
Hey, everybody. Canada's in the house. Why are we excited that Canada's in the house? Is there a particular reason? I mean, I'm always, let me just be clear. I'm always excited that Canada's in the house, but is there a particular reason why we're excited that Canada's in the house today?
We're making your country smell like barbecue.
Is that what it is?
It's all our fault.
It's all our fault. Yes. Yeah, we have too much wood.
Blame Canada.
Too much wood. Hi, everyone. Hey, Robert. How are you?
Hey, good, thanks, David. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
Enjoyed your show last night, by the way. I watched the replay
Apparently
this morning.
There was an audio thing, apparently. Did you hear it when it was live?
No, I watched the replay this morning.
Oh, but could you hear the audio thing? I mean, I know what it was now, but apparently there's a little echo on the voices.
Tell you the truth, I didn't notice.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There you go. I don't know. So at least one person knows it. So I'll have to, oh, you know what? It may have been on, you may have watched it on one channel and someone else may have watched it on a different channel. Maybe the issue was only on that channel. Doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. But yes, it was a good show. Next week, by the way, next Thursday night, we're talking about, does technology make you dumber? Which I'm actually really excited about because I think it kind of does. But you know,
and you can get any guests for that?
I'm looking for dumb people. Let me introduce to you Mike Latta. No connection to the former statement.
Really?
None whatsoever.
Really?
Oh, come on. You're like so much smarter than I am. It's like, it's not even funny.
Oh,
How you doing, Mike?
doing good.
Good. Do you work out of your home or do you have to go into an office?
Majority of the time it's depends. You know, again, you never know where I am because I've got multiple studios that have the same equipment.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah. So on purpose. So I've got a home studio that looks like this. I got the office that looks like this. And I also, out of our warehouse, also have an equivalent studio. So I could be anywhere.
Nice.
But this specific week, I'm in the office currently.
Beautiful. Nice to see you here. Lombardi, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you, David. Sorry I couldn't stay live for the event the other day, but I look forward to watching the replay.
I don't worry. I mean, it was sort of Zoom Test Kitchen 2.0. Like it was the same thing we talked about here. So
yeah. Still, I'm sure it's worth watching. And what am I missing out on Thursday nights, please?
Oh, it's called The Rundown. It's a show out of office hours that I do, and it's a panel show about the intersection of technology and humanity and how technology is sort of impacting us. So we talked about last night technology and self-perception. We've talked about technology and medicine, and next week how technology is technology making us dumber. And it's actually really, like, I really love it. It's really good. We're not talking about it's very sort of philosophical, high level stuff. So it's good. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. The rundown.show. Frank, what do you have on the Barbie? Do you call it a Barbie up there, or is that just in Australia?
You can call it whatever you want. As long as there's good food, I'll show up.
All right. What do you have on the Barbie?
Nothing much. Did you see I posted that you can now do Zoom meetings in VR on a Quest headset?
I did see that. That's coming out in this Monday's. Is that coming out in this Monday's update?
I think it's already available in the MetaQuest store, but
oh, is it? Because I thought I saw something in the release notes about that, but maybe I'm wrong.
A little birdie told me there's a lot of interesting changes coming Monday.
There are some interesting changes coming Monday, and actually, I know of an interesting change coming later in August, which I can tell you all about. It's not actually a big deal, but it's in nomenclature. It's interesting, so we can get to that later. But yeah, there's a nice little update, 6.5.5, although it says TBD, so maybe that will change.
Yeah, you don't know for sure, right?
Right.
Until they release it.
Right, coming out on Monday with, there's a lot of really interesting stuff in here, actually. And I thought initial release of Zoom Workplace for MetaQuest devices. It says on Monday, so we'll see. Yeah,
so,
that's cool.
There'll be some stuff in there for you, Robert, that you'll want to pay attention to if it comes out on Monday that impacts your business.
Absolutely, we can talk about that also.
No, we can't. It's NDA.
Oh no, I mean what was in the release notes.
Okay, maybe it's public now.
There's a little something in the host controls for managing participants' speaking languages and translations is in here. So
okay,
yeah,
cool.
And but first, the man of the hour, specifically the man of the Thursday night 8 p.m. hour, who was on Conversation with Tony Mobley, John Drinkwater. How you doing, John?
Well, as the saying goes, I've got your back. No wreck.
No, what does that actually say? No rack?
No wreck, I think it says.
No wreck?
Yeah.
I really understood.
Double check the lyrics, David.
Change it to Drek. No Drek.
And interestingly enough, we had a very subtle echo on our call with Tony Mobley.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, and that was due to his talkback in his ear being picked up by his microphone.
Gotcha. That was not my issue. My issue was something that I caused. It's my fault. And Hasmuk is here. And that's it. Small crew today. So I will tell you quickly what the little birdie told me. And that is that Zoom sessions is, and this
And
is
me.
not,
And me.
Hold on. Shouldn't we do a forward-looking safe harbor statement before we say this?
okay.
Go over, John.
Well, Zoom's safe harbor statement is we're going to tell you what we think is going to happen, but it might not happen, it might never happen, and it might not want to happen. But we hope it will happen.
It might
Something
not
like that, isn't it?
Insert legal.
And we take no responsibility if it doesn't happen.
Right. This
Right.
is not NDA, guys. This is out already.
A birdie told David and I.
Just getting a new name. It's going to be called Zoom Webinar Plus, which I have to say I think is smart, because I think that a lot of people are really confused by sessions.
Give that marketing team a bonus. Jeez, they must have sweated for hours coming up with that.
Webinar Plus, Webinar Pro, Webinar Plus, Webinar Ultra. What should we call it?
I think they were just sick and tired of being asked what's sessions? How is it different from webinar?
I will be interested. I mean, there's no way they can go back on what they've already offered, but it'll be interesting to see how they handle all the liminal stuff. It will Zoom Webinar Plus be a part of the events package. Just how they're going to structure that will be interesting to see. But
ISO Plus.
What do you say?
ISO Plus.
Right.
Does Webinar Plus have a hub? That's going to be a big question.
Right.
So what David and I officially do know, and I might know maybe a little more than David, but what David and I officially know is that it is only a rebrand. So take that as that. What does that mean?
But
There's nothing really changing under the hood.
Right.
As David and I both pause.
Sorry. No, I'm hesitating because
go ahead.
There's going to need to be some clarity on, again, whether it's part of Zoom events, if it's not, because right now sessions is technically just, as I understand it, a form of Zoom events. It's a part of the Zoom events platform. And so it'll just, nothing has to change, but I think there will be some clarity. In any case,
I have a special request for all those who can make some, as long as Josh stays in charge of Webinar Plus and keeps it on his after hours, they can do what they want.
No, I understand Josh is getting an upgrade. It's going to be a Josh Plus.
Josh Plus. I love it. So Josh Plus, we will, Josh Plus will join us in the kitchen and tell us more about that at some point, I'm sure. Josh Plus. I love that. So what have we got today? I mean, we can certainly look through the release notes. There's quite a bit in here, but hey,
Sorry, that was really fast on that trigger. I apologize.
That's a trigger thing. I love it.
This has happened for me and the other person who I just met with in Zoom, and I am using Ecamm, but the wallpaper is no longer by default black. It is a dark gray. It was for both of us, and we don't know what's going on. Does anybody else experiencing this?
The wallpaper behind the Zoom
Video tiles.
Here, let me pull it down so people can see what we're talking about. And you'll tell me if this is, so if you peek at my screen, so this, oh wait, let me go back.
Yep, exactly.
This area right here.
Yep, it's dark gray.
Yeah, you can change the colors of the background. That was released a few months ago.
Yes, I know, and it's set to black, but the actual color is dark gray. So, or it's set to none, sorry, which defaults to black.
All right, so wait a second. The first thing I want to know is, where do you change the color?
Um,
Is
It's in
that
the app
it's in
preferences.
wallpaper.
is that
Yeah,
a
sorry.
here type of thing?
Go.
Video and effects, general. Here we go. General. So this is, you can apply an accent color, but there's classic, bloom, agave, and rose, which, for what it's worth, make no difference whatsoever when you're in dark mode, apparently. That only, so let me actually change to light. Oh, God. That's awful.
Are you in dark mode by accident?
No, I'm always in
No.
dark mode.
Is
No.
Erm in dark mode?
Oh,
No,
is she in
I'm
dark
not.
mode?
I know. I checked that too.
So mine looks pretty black. That's interesting. I wonder why.
Okay. It was happening for both of us, and we couldn't figure out
Huh.
why.
Now, just to clarify for David's sake, this is through Ecamm, the Ecamm client,
Correct.
correct?
Yeah, but
Not
that's
the workplace client.
yeah. Ecamm doesn't unless Andy, you know something that I don't. And by the way, welcome Andy, and welcome Ray. Ecamm
Thanks.
doesn't have any effect on the background color in Zoom.
I'm not using
I-
Ecamm, and I have a gray background as well.
Wait,
I'll test and come back.
how gray? What do you mean? Really?
When I look at the menu bar at the bottom, it's black. And then above that, all of us are on a gray background.
Exactly.
Dark gray.
Dark
Dark
gray.
gray, not
Okay, well, hold on. Take a look at mine again. So let me go back into this.
Yours is black.
Yeah, mine's black, right? So this is black. I've got the gray up here. So you have gray.
No, I think there's a color difference between your menu bar and the
Gray.
pixel just above the menu bar.
The menu bar and the pixel just above the menu bar.
Yeah. Right
Like-
in there.
Right there.
Just above that. Right next
Yeah,
to John.
So I just joined back with Ecamm, and it's what Erm said. Like, you can't change anything. The color mode doesn't matter. It shows up as a gray as opposed to the darker black that you're talking about.
Huh. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. Mine
It
And-
must be. I wonder if it's an SDK thing.
Mine is no, it's
Yeah.
not but Robert has it also. Robert's is gray also. Mine is just, I mean, not
Yeah.
that it's like
My-
life changing or anything.
David, mine is also gray, and Frank put a picture of what he sees.
Ooh, let me pull up the picture. I didn't see the picture. Here we go. Here is, oh yeah, look at that. That's really
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
okay then. Does that mean mine is better? I mean, how exactly, like, did I win the lottery or something that I got the black?
David, what version are you on of the app?
That's a good question. What version am I on? I'm on 6.5.3. Is there an update? Did I miss an update?
Aren't you on Ecamm though?
No, I don't join this. I don't join
Oh, okay.
from Ecamm. This is the latest.
That matches the Windows version.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's interesting because I'm on 6.4.12.
That's
what- what the- It may be old, but it's a new version for me because I don't update overnight automatically. And I've also wanted to, once we finish with this gray issue, I want to talk about this version because it's different in other aspects as well. But what version are you on?
I just checked for updates today. Whatever the latest one is, I'm on. So yeah.
It's the same one as David then.
That's 6.5.3. Okay.
But yeah, like Mike said, though, the Ecamm version is the SDK version, and it may be a different SDK version.
Correct. That's what I'm.
But could this just be an issue of the monitor that we're looking at it on?
No, because when I was in the vanilla client, it was like a darker color,
Oh,
and I had the same options to do like you did with that blue color. But now that I joined through Ecamm, it's gray and nothing changes. It's all the same.
I don't know. Interesting. I'm in vanilla Zoom. I got the black. Robert's in vanilla Zoom. He's got the gray. Erm's in the SDK. She's got the gray. Mike, what did you say you have?
I'm in the workplace app, and I'm gray.
And you're gray on
On
Windows.
Windows too.
Yeah. Huh. And Frank has the gray also.
And Frank, you're Mac, correct?
Yeah, vanilla Mac.
Well, there you go. Some of us are just better than others.
Can't tell who is better than us.
No,
I don't think anyone here is doing anything wrong. It's probably coming from the Zoom servers.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Hey,
So-
Thuggery. Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I got nothing. I was just saying.
Oh, I posted in Discord during the week that there's been a change to Zoom. Now all paid users will see the option to engage closed captions. The host can't stop you, which was a feature request and I'm sure hundreds of other people put in at least 2 years ago, saying that it was a big accessibility problem, that people with disabilities had to self-identify and hope that the host would turn them on, or ask for the host to turn them on, and that they should always be available. And they finally done that for paid users. I don't know why they're not doing it for free users, but
that was my question, Frank. First of all, I was surprised that this was a thing. That I don't understand why you would want to turn captions off for someone if it's a per person. If it's a participant choice, I'm not sure why you'd want to take that choice away. But then my second question was, why is it only for paid users? Is there a lot of overhead for creating captions?
no, I don't think so. But I met with the Zoom accessibility team 3 or 4 years ago, and I will give them credit. Over the last 4 years, they've made a lot of improvements, but I think they didn't really understand accessibility as well as they do now back then. So it's coming. Should have already been here, but it's coming. So progress is welcome, right?
Interesting. Hey, Dan, good to see you. Better quality captions also with English, Portuguese English bilingual mode, Korean and new Arabic English bilingual mode. What does bilingual mode mean? Does that mean you see both languages up on screen at the same time?
I don't know, to tell you the truth. I don't know what bilingual mode is.
If I had to, sorry, if I had to guess, because this comes up, and there's no Maori translation for the New Zealanders, but when a person from New Zealand who is a member of the Maori group is talking, they intermix the words all the time. It's never not never, but rarely a full sentence of Maori and a full sentence of English. They are bilingual and kind of moving back and forth. And what I would like to be able to do is see an English translation of when they're using their Maori terms, but then see the English in my caption. So my guess is, and again, it's just a guess, is that multilingual mode is if the guy's speaking 2 different languages, we'll translate one of them and leave the other one sort of native or something like that.
Why? So I just opened up captions. In fact, I should have done this. Oh, wait, didn't mean to do that. So I think I'm a little confused by captions here. Let me bring this up so everyone can see. So here is my Zoom meeting, and so I have the caption language chosen as English. If I change that to Finnish, then everyone gets those captions. But shouldn't each individual, like if someone's on the call who speaks Spanish and someone's on the call who speaks Finnish, shouldn't they each be able to choose their own language? Is that only happening? I'm the host.
You have to pay extra for
Finnish?
Wait, what?
Did you change it to Finnish?
No, I haven't done anything yet.
Zoom has something called translated captions, which is an add-on that allows users to do that.
Oh.
But you pay extra for that.
Yeah, that gives you the individuality then, David.
Okay, thank you. So, Okay.
I think that's more of your speaking language. So whatever language is being spoken, not a translation.
So
When
in
when
my
you
industry, sorry.
have yeah, sorry. When you have the translated captions option and it's turned on, each user gets two selections. What is your speaking language, and what language would you like to see captions in? And so it introduces that translation. And if someone says, I want to speak Dutch and I want to see Dutch, but they're in a multilingual area, and someone else is speaking French and wants to see English for whatever reason, Zoom's working really hard in the background to kind of make these translations between them, because in some cases they don't translate from the audio, they translate from an interim language in order to facilitate some of that.
Wow. Frank, go ahead.
So I've been doing closed captioning for about 15 years. And in the closed captioning industry, there's a big distinction between captioning and translation. They're not the same thing, and people always conflate them. I imagine that when Zoom hired captioning experts to give input on how captioning should work in Zoom, they probably told them something like that, like captioning and translation are two separate things. And that they from my point of view, they're adhering to the standard closed captioning process that all major captioning companies would follow, which is translation is a separate thing. So I can sort of justify why they charge a add-on fee for that, but most people don't understand the differences and are probably confused that if one person changes the captions for the meeting, the language of the captions for the meeting, it changes for everybody unless the host locks them.
I'll concur exactly to what Frank is saying. That is my experience as well. But just looking at the captions now and the way they are appearing on the screen, this is a great improvement to what they were 1 year ago. Because 1 year ago, they were struggling to get intent in the AI system. So we'd start capturing something, figure out that in the translation, when they were translating the captions, they would start translating something and then figure out that that's not really what the guy's talking about. Then you'd see the captioning disappearing backwards, and then you would rewrite them. So they've improved a lot in terms of capturing the intent of the message right at the beginning.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Robert. Actually, this week, I was in a meeting that I purposely did turn on the captionings for, and very little rewrite was happening in the captioning. They did their job. Like you could tell that it was a lot more delayed, the captioning from the main audio as well, which meant that they were actually taking a bit of a buffer going, okay, that person not understanding these, maybe 5-6 words that I just said. I'm going to sit here for a little bit to make sure that am I getting the proper tense of what I'm saying before I'm going to actually spit it out properly as the proper English. Well, in my case, I was looking at the English translation of the caption.
So there's this concept in captioning. There's machine transcription, or AI, whatever you want to call it. And then there's human captioning, sometimes called CART, C-A-R-T, where there's a human doing it usually. Usually when there's humans involved, and even in some automated systems, you can upload prior to the meeting dictionaries of specific language, and you'll get more accurate captioning or translation that way. There's also, if you're doing translation, a lot of companies allow you to pick translation profiles. So do you want it to be sophisticated language aimed at a certain segment of society? Do you want it to be more casual conversation? And you can dial in more like the style of the translation, because translation is very subjective as far as idiom, and languages have idiosyncrasies, and the way you would translate something might not be the way I would translate it. And at some point it becomes a matter of style over substance. I don't know, Robert is the expert on this, but
I guess most of the languages have an issue with the word you. When I'm speaking to you in French, they'd have an issue whether I'm speaking in the first person or in the third person. In a lot of languages, culturally, it affects a lot of people. I know in Japan, because I have a friend there who works in this business in Japan. He said to me that when they first started using the translated captions, people, and they checked to see how people would understand them, and the understanding was correct, but the sort of the acceptance, the way people listened to it and felt as they listened to it, they got really pissed off. They were just being addressed wrongly. Yeah, and it's very difficult, especially with the word "you." You, Frank, are you in the first person or in the third person? It's very
you.
So just to put a finishing on that event that I watched this week. Yes, I agree with what Frank was saying about the fact that these guys did not, the actual host did not actually put in any of the technical terms, because the closed captioning just
But
butchered a lot
do
of
you
it.
think it was human captioning, or do you think it was machine transcription, like AI based?
It felt to me that they were just doing the quote unquote generic.
So what I see happening now is for premier events or with organizations with deep pockets, like the big Fortune 500 companies, they'll definitely get a human captioner because it's going to be better in every way. But if you're just some local small business or some local organization and you don't have budget for that, you're just going to take the computer generated AI, and it's not going to be as good. I mean, maybe one day down the road, but I've been hearing that for 20 years that computer captions are going to be just as good as human in 5 years from now, and I've heard that every 5 years for 20 years.
Yeah.
Forgive me for being naive, but they're really not as good. I mean, the error rate for humans is not.
Think of the people who do stenography in a courtroom. It's that kind of level of skill and expertise that they train for years. They use special equipment that isn't a computer keyboard. It's a different device, and they're amazing, the things they can do. And if you give them the documentation in advance of any specific technical language or names, or even let them read, conceptual materials ahead of time, they'll rehearse and learn it, and they're just amazing.
Wow.
An interpreter or translator will also prepare himself by listening to the speaker, a recorded version of that speaker, to understand how that person speaks and what idioms he's using. The other thing that has come up in the industry is that if an interpreter makes a mistake and realizes it down the line, he'll go back and say, sorry, the word that I used there was wrong. It's not meant to be blue. It's meant to be navy blue. Yeah? While AI or machine learning interpreting won't do that. It's just not programmed to do that. So the mistakes stay on all the time, and they carry forward throughout what is ever being translated.
Interesting.
The other thing is, for example, in the EU, they have certain requirements that the accuracy of the captions or translated captions has to be over, I think it's 96.5% correct. Now, what does that actually mean when you think about it? It means that if I speak to you for an hour, I can speak a minute of rubbish just about.
Well, it's worse than that. Even in Canada, we have those every country probably does, but just for captioning, if it's not 99.8% accurate, you can't call it captioning in Canada. You have to call it machine transcription, because the average human, let's say in a lecture or a speech or something, can easily speak 200 words a minute. That means every minute you're getting 2 wrong words, and in an hour, it's not equitable to the person who has a disability, especially if let's say they have to study from this. There's a big difference in the meaning of a sentence if one of the words is completely wrong or similar but not the right context.
Mm. When did they introduce the all the control that users have now on the color and the size, and that was a while back, wasn't it? So
It's been there just about from the beginning. I remember it
oh, has it?
as being there just about always.
VTT captions have had it since the beginning. That's why they were created, so that you could have theming like colors and styles and opacity and everything. But SRT captions and other captions have always been sort of just you get what you get, right?
And Mike, do you see the captions on YouTube?
Correct. Yes, we're actually having a couple people asking why it's there now and how did it get there from Zoom. And the second question is, can I turn it off? And I just answered that in chat, which is no, they can't because we're burning it in.
Right. But here's the thing. I don't have mine on right now.
But you switched them on, didn't you?
No, someone within our panelists has actually asked for closed caption to be turned on.
I turned them on to see something.
But
Yeah.
there's no way to turn them off, is what I'm getting at.
Well,
No, not until the end of the meeting then.
so at some point, it won't be up to you. It'll be up to the end user to decide. I don't know if Zoom's made that release or it comes Monday.
Right.
I think Dave's point is good. Is that I'll be able to turn it on or off, and Dave can't stop me. But how does he control whether it goes out to YouTube or not, to the streaming destinations?
We don't have that control at all. We've tested this many weeks ago.
Yeah.
And again, we have to be careful too that within the meeting that somebody doesn't decide to change it to their language, because YouTube will also see that language now instead of English.
I did that already. I changed it to French about 5 minutes ago and left it for a minute or so. My language didn't change to French, and I wasn't smart enough to look at YouTube at the time. But
yeah, if yours didn't change, then chances are I didn't notice it changing on, because again I'm watching the YouTube feed and watching.
Well,
chatting
and
with
it's
the community.
interesting because I'm not a co-host, so I was surprised that it allowed me to change it. And a thing popped up and said, if you do this, it's going to change for everybody. It's like, oh, okay, I'm going to see if it didn't bark at me because I'm not a co-host.
Right. Again, that could be a setting that David might have enabled, but I don't know that answer either.
Someone just turned it to Hebrew.
Yeah, I did, but I don't know what this is. Like, this is
It's
not,
Hebrew.
No,
Is
it's,
it?
Yeah.
it's
And officially, yes, you've done.
No, David, let me just interrupt. This is rubbish because we're speaking English and it's trying to get the transcript of what we're saying
that's what I was
in
going to say.
Hebrew. It's not translated. It's rubbish that it's.
Yeah,
I was
and
gonna say,
currently on YouTube, we've
that's
got
not-
boxes after boxes after boxes now instead of characters.
Oh, that's interesting. So the Hebrew characters aren't even going through to YouTube. I mean,
Say
that's.
some Hebrew, David.
Oh, yeah, I should change that back and try that. Hold on. I have to change the language. Hebrew, yeah, and I'll be curious to know if this comes through to YouTube. Shalom, Shmi David, ani Rabbi במיאמי, פלורידה, ואני עובד בבית כנסת, טמפל סיני. אני עובד עם ילדים וילדות בבית ספר, ואני גם אוהב לעבוד עם זום ואיקם. Oh, yeah, so you're getting those, Mike? You're actually
In English.
characters? You're getting in English.
Yes, because it translated you.
No,
Now,
I didn't get it.
now
in
because you're
English.
speaking English again, now I got boxes again as characters.
Remember the delay on YouTube.
The caption language, as far as I can see, is currently set to Hebrew. So it's going to try and give us Hebrew in the captions.
Right. So I just changed it back to English. But when I spoke Hebrew, it should have captioned in Hebrew, yes?
I thought I saw it doing that.
It translated it perfectly to English and sent it to YouTube.
On my Zoom client, there were what appeared to be Hebrew characters going by, but I don't speak Hebrew, so I can't tell you if it was accurate or not.
I'm an idiot. I wasn't paying attention.
Same here. I saw the same thing.
Let me jump over to the. This is so interesting. It's it's curious to me why we get caption and translation confused so often, but I do, and you're absolutely right about that.
Do we need to call it captions and captions plus? Is that the whole issue?
They're actually technically they're called translated captions, so that they aren't the original captions.
All right, let's see here. So I've got, we go back in time a little bit. Okay, so there are the, let me just listen to this. No, it's not getting any of the, that's interesting actually. It's not getting any of the Hebrew letters when I turn it to Hebrew.
Right, but I didn't notice it. I tried to catch it as it was.
Yeah,
when
no,
you were speaking Hebrew, I think I did see it in English. Again, I didn't have the audio on at the time because you guys would hear an echo here. So
yeah, no, this is, I don't know what this is. Oh, I don't even have this connected to my audio. Hold on a second, sorry.
and officially, yes, you've done.
No, David.
All right, so hold on a second.
Let me just interrupt. This is rubbish.
No, I didn't get it.
Now because you're speaking English again, now I got boxes again.
The transcript
Right.
of what we're saying.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the Hebrew.
It is currently set to Hebrew.
Co-host, so I was surprised that
And officially
Hebrew. It's not translated. It's
The Hebrew character. Hold on. To YouTube. Shalom Shmi David. אני רבי במיאמי, פלורידה, ואני עובד בבית כנסת, Temple Sinai. That's interesting. אני עובד עם ילדים.
David, take a look in the chat. I put a screenshot of what I got in the translation window from when you were speaking Hebrew.
Let's see here. In the translation window, Shalom Shmi David. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, it's not really 100%, but it's getting there. Zoom. Yeah, it's close.
It was captioning. I mean, it even got the I have to change the language, and then went into the Hebrew there. So,
and sorry, the translation that's a whole different button.
Okay, what we're saying here, we're talking about the speaking language. What language are you speaking in? So when we selected the captions for Hebrew and you're speaking in Hebrew, it showed us the captions in Hebrew, correct?
Well, but so I wasn't paying attention to in here. So I'm going to try it one more time just with a word or two. Okay, so now I've just set it to Hebrew. Shalom, Shmi David. אני מאוד שמח להיות פה. Yeah, it's so in Zoom, it's getting it. Those are not being sent out to correctly to YouTube at all. They're just getting blocks.
So they're using a character set that does not have the international character set in it for sending the captions out to streaming destinations.
Could we try another language? Could we try Polish?
Sure.
Hold on a second. Let me change this to Polish. Okay. Go ahead.
Dobra. Teraz będziemy mówić w języku polskim. Dobry wieczór wszystkim. Witam serdecznie. Teraz mówię w języku polskim.
So how does that look to you?
I'm seeing
accurate.
27, so we're 20 seconds behind YouTube now is what I'm seeing. So
Yeah, but how is the text looking here in
It was perfect. There were no mistakes.
Good. Okay, good.
But
Good.
I used very simple statements.
I did mine. Yeah.
I didn't say anything technical.
So let's see what the YouTube shows up for that.
So you've left it in Polish now, and it's all showing rubbish in the captions.
Yeah, I forgot to click the save. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see what this says. All right, here we go. So let's see what the
set in it for sending the captions out to streaming.
Teraz mówię w języku polskim.
So that came
So how does that look? It's perfect. It kind
Yeah.
of looks good. All of
That's
the
what- that
different
looks-
letters are there, and the accents.
It's the character set, because Hebrew is a different character set, I guess, than
Yeah, it'd be interesting if we had anyone that spoke Chinese or Japanese. Would we get squares or would we get actual text?
or even Arabic or something. Does anyone speak another
Yeah.
language that we don't know about? French would use the same characters.
Yeah.
So that won't help.
Yeah.
There would be certain-
Which French?
Oh, I don't know.
Canadian French is not Parisian French.
Correct.
Okay, Ern, what do you speak?
Oh, a little bit of Italian, and I'm not going to say a little bit of French. Here's something though. Okay, David, when you were switching the language, the caption language to various languages, until you changed it to Polish, it was always showing me that it was in English, but the captions were showing up in the language. Is that because you weren't hitting save? And so you would go back and forth to Hebrew to English to, I don't know what other language you tried. And when I popped up the arrow on captions, it always showed as caption language to be English, even though the captions themselves were in the
Right.
language that you're speaking.
So let me show. I'm just
This is
cleaning my
weird.
desktop a little, so I can show everyone what it looks like, at least from the host perspective. I'm not sure if this is the same for everyone. So from the host oh gosh, hold on. Okay, so from the host perspective, if I click on the little arrow next to show captions, then I can choose the language. Excuse me. I'll choose Italian. And then I get this pop-up that says, hey, do you want to actually make this change? This is going to be for everyone. And if you don't click save, which is what I forgot to do last time, then it doesn't actually make the change. And like I said, there's no way to turn this off.
Yeah.
So if I forget this extra step, these are, like we said, these are burned in on YouTube. There's no way to stop it at this point.
So you must have been hitting save every time in order for the language to change, correct?
I was. But
Right. And so
you
I
didn't.
didn't know. So weird. It kept showing me that it was English.
Oh, let me change it one more time. Let's see. Say something in Italian.
Buongiorno, come andiamo oggi? Okay, so now I see that it's English, or so now I see that it's Italian, but it wasn't showing before.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Boy, if you're, if everybody better be speaking the same language in your meeting to use captions, because otherwise it's just
Yeah,
a disaster.
if you got a homogeneous language group,
Yeah.
it'll work fine.
Yeah.
And,
John-
and David, again, unless you've paid for that extra license.
Right. What do you mean? No, that's for the
Translated.
individual
Translated.
That's for
That's right.
translated. That's different.
Zoom also supports interpretation, but that's a different conversation.
Right.
If we can just sum it up, if you have the translated captions, you as a participant in the meeting get to choose the language you're speaking in and the language you're listening to. Okay, so those are two different parameters.
And I'm just logging in so we can see where that is. That's because that's an add-on.
Right.
They put it in
$50 a
they
year.
put a link in the chat and a screenshot.
Oh, okay.
You
Thank
can just get it from the Zoom sales website.
Yeah, that's where I am now. So I'm just going to translated captions. Here it is.
That's it. $5 a month per user.
Per user, how does that work? If I have
The person who's hosting enables the translated captions. So if you've got one person who hosts a lot of meetings, they would get the translated captions. But if you've got individuals who don't, have the translated captions, they don't. Now, if you go to the Zoom support document, the requirements for enabling translated captions says that if you have Zoom Workplace Business Plus or Zoom Workplace Enterprise Essentials, it's included. So you can purchase it, if you don't have access to it. But if you have one of these larger licenses, it comes.
But I guess sorry for my naivete here. So the host purchases it, and then it doesn't matter how many people in the meeting use it?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Well, that seems like a cheap, fantastic thing to add on.
I've got 2 of them.
It's really cool. The only thing, David, is that these translated captions won't go to YouTube. The only captions that go to YouTube are the main language that you select as the host, or anyone selects as the main.
Well, but that's okay, because these captions, the whole point of these captions are for the participants, right? And if you've got 3 or 4 or 10 different people choosing different languages,
exactly,
that all YouTube anyway. This is a great.
And I can confirm I have a Business Plus plan, and I have translated captions.
You do? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Do you find you're using them often, or
no? That's not why I have the Business Plus plan. But
no, I understand, of course. I'm just saying.
But yeah, no, I don't use it a whole lot.
I use
it.
Carry on, Ray.
Yeah, I use it enough with my international nurses groups, because they often have speakers from other countries. I had a presentation by a young nursing student from Japan, and was doing sort of the presenter consult with her. And her English was pretty good, but her advisor's English was almost non-existent. So we turned on the Japanese translations for her, and I could, speak English. She would get the Japanese translations. She could speak in Japanese. I would see the English translations. It was pretty good. Use that several times.
That's great. You just popped in the chat, Ray, that sorry, it was actually about 20 minutes ago. I apologize. We went down the captions rabbit hole. There are new release notes.
The release notes for Zoom events just came out.
Many of us were part of the Get Events Zoom thing this past week in Zoom events. Now, I'm not a smart guy, but I'm a pretty I play with technology a lot. It never ceases to amaze me how complicated it is to do Zoom events. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying, as a speaker, how do I get multiple machines in, and how do I couldn't figure out who was the host of the, I don't know. It was just, the whole thing was just, and maybe it's my fault for not spending enough time in Zoom events, but all right, go ahead, John and Robert, here we go.
I won't put my hand up. I'll let them talk about it first.
I'm going to say this with love for everybody.
God.
In Zoom, out of Zoom. When we started having a product called Zoom Events, we started to have questions like, can I have an invite email, please? Can I have multiple emails, please? Can I load my guest list? Can I export my guest list? And the list got longer and longer, far faster than poor Zoom could actually catch up. And I think we will probably conclude that Zoom is now at the point where it is at a hiding to nothing. Because whatever new features it adds to the events product, it satisfies 1/3 of users, it confuses another third of users, and it doesn't deliver what the third of users want it to have. And at this point, I would put my developer's hat on and say, Zoom, stop trying to just add lots of features, because poor Ray is having a heart attack trying to keep up with them, and start building them into marketplace apps to add those features in when you need them and leave them out when you don't. Because David, I have to get up very early tomorrow morning to join my fellow Toastmasters, because twice a year we do training for the senior people in Toastmasters. In other words, the people that run the clubs. I have spent almost all of today trying to let them know all the new things they can do with Zoom they couldn't do last time they ran the event just 6 months ago. And of course, there's people saying, oh no, we need to be there an hour before and organize all the people into the breakout rooms because I have to collect them all by hand. And then you have to explain all the new ways that are available just around breakout rooms to organize people that weren't there 6 months ago. And some of the features that were there 6 months ago, and they didn't notice then. So I think you are very much right. And I'm not saying it's exactly a third and a third and a third, but there are 3 groups of people. One group of people that's always asking for new features. By the way, can the API please have coupons? And then there's a group of people who are impressed by the new features. And there's another group of people who don't use it enough. And when the features turn up, it just confuses them. And I take my hat off to Ray for trying to keep up with these. And I think I'll stop there, if I may.
Robert and Ray.
And I'm going to repeat what John said, but David, not because I'm hiding behind John, but really out of love for you and for all you do in this community. You're the person who uses his personal ID to hold these meetings. It's really difficult when I listen to that and look at you to get into your shoes and try and understand Zoom events from that perspective. And I'm saying this really out of love.
What does one have to do with the other? Explain that to me. No, seriously.
Okay, let me put it this way. If you're going to move from your personal ID to registered closed events, that's one step forward in a direction. I'm not going to say it's the right direction. It's one
right direction.
And Zoom events is the next step after that. So it's difficult for me to understand how you could jump into Zoom events not understanding or not using. I'm sure you understand it, but you don't use them practically.
But it's not a, well, go ahead, Ray.
So I sort of use this analogy a lot. David, when you leave the office and go home, what form of transportation do you use?
Say that one more time.
When you leave the office and travel home at the end of the day, what form of transportation do you use to get home?
Car.
Okay. And so many people in the United States can drive cars and drive cars really, really, really well, right? We've got some people who, when they get on the road, they're like driving 95 miles an hour and zipping back and forth. And the other people around will go, that's not the way to drive. But the person driving 95 and zipping back and forth goes, what's wrong with the rest of you people for driving the way you're driving? What you're talking about is driving a 747 from London to Paris. Is that possible to do? Of course, people are doing it 24 hours a day, all the time. They've learned how to do that. So you are right. There's a different level of education that you have to take on if you really want to be able to do Zoom events really, really well. Most people that I see in the Zoom events office hours, though, have a very structured way that they want to use it. And so they don't need to learn outside of their own box. Yet they occasionally will ask, well, how can I do this? And we'll have to like drag them outside the box a little bit and go, look, there's this thing over here. Some of the things that Zoom Events is now doing with the release of the new ability to like replicate emails in the communication area. You'll be able to change them all up, set up separate triggers and all that sort of stuff. Lots of people have been asking for that. But yeah, you're right. It is complicated. And flying a 747 or any of the big jumbo jets is also complicated, but people learn to do it if that's their job.
Right. So I guess, yes, 100%. I was not running this event. I was a part panelist, whatever. I was leading a session. I was running a session. And so I'm not the guy I'm not the pilot. I'm a stewardess. I'm a flight attendant. And so I don't really care, frankly, how the big airplane flies. I just want to know about the entrances and the exits and where the drink cart is. And like I was struggling with those things. I was trying to give, I couldn't bring tiles in because, and maybe I'm wrong about this, maybe this is a setting, but Zoom events, every time I opened the meeting, it was automatically recording to the cloud, which means that I couldn't bring anything else in that needed local record. So I had to go back. I had to change it to like whatever. It's all like first world problems. Like I'll survive. I'll sleep fine tonight. It just, I don't know. It's a heavy lift. That's all.
David, I think it had a lot to do with the settings that Denise had already set up prior for your actual specific meeting. And
that was it.
And to be fair to her, she wanted to make sure that she was recording every meeting so that she can keep them as an archive, and people could see it afterwards, which is fine. But again, she didn't, from my understanding with you, is that the amount of prep that she could have done with you ahead of time to make sure that all the capabilities that you had were ready, as we've done to make sure that when Andy comes and Jonathan comes, I'm doing that in the background as you are hosting the show. I'm making sure that they have, if they need co-host, I'm making sure they're co-host. I'm making sure that, if they've got all the settings that they need to do the presentations that they do. And of course, I will do that when Josh comes to visit us next month. But again, that's the situation of making sure that having that prep done either ahead of time or at least being able to do it a few minutes before your actual session starts. That's where, again, it's all about, as we've talked about backstage, that would be the equivalent of backstage during webinar mode too. But she happened to be having yours was set up as a meeting, not a webinar too.
What's interesting, Mike, is that we've been told, and I've told others, that Zoom events and Zoom sessions are essentially wrappers around meetings and webinars. And they've said this to us a whole bunch, that every Zoom event is either a meeting or a webinar, but it's not. It is, but it's not. There's a lot of other stuff that's involved there, and I think that that's what threw me for a loop, is that I could have logged in a couple hours ahead of time and fiddled around and figured it all out, but because I assumed that it was just going to be a meeting wrapped in an event, I figured, well, I do meetings all the time. I don't need to do that.
You're both right and wrong.
Okay.
You're right. It is just the same piece of software. And you're right that it is wrapped. What you didn't know was what the implication of those wraps were to get your apps into the system. And the wrapping, effectively, to keep your analogy going if we can, your wrapping was blocking you getting those apps straight in. Because when it's a full-blown event, you've got, and I'm going to get all in the wrong order now, so please help me out. You've got a hub, and in the hub you join the event, but you're outside of all the meetings and webinars in that, and then you have to join the meetings and webinars. So it's almost a three-stage process.
And that was
your app wants to give one username and password, and there's actually three different stages you have to go through to get there.
Right. Well, so one of the issues I ran into is that I couldn't find at least a link to the specific session that I was running. Every link that I had in every email was to the lobby, and that's great. But then when you're in the lobby and you click on the session, it opens native Zoom, vanilla Zoom.
Well, with all due respect to her, she didn't set it up very well. So it's too easy to just set up an event and just give everybody effectively the attendee access. You've got attendee access. Again, because of the wrappers, you've got attendee access because it thinks itself as a webinar before you even start. And then you've got the speakers, which would be the speakers on stage for webinars, but they are still seen as a different group, even if you just run meetings. And then you've got the hosts and co-hosts.
And
so you've got to
As a
You've got to
speaker, do I get
join.
a
You've got
special link or something?
you in theory would do, and you in theory can get. And I think Ray, there was some changes about this, but you can get a link into a actual session. We can use that word now because it's not used by anyone else. You can actually you can actually get direct access into a session in the middle of an event.
Yeah, okay.
But most people end up getting either an attendee or a speaker
Right.
link. So yeah, there are different links for the different places you can go. But again, most people running events don't always think that through, because a human can go through the next level, whereas an app can't. And maybe the apps need to be improved so they can get straight into these things and negotiate their way past it. But that's a good example that you've given, really, of how the wrappers make things more confusing for the average user.
In fairness,
Dave, yeah.
Hold on one
Go
second.
ahead.
I'm going to come to Robert because you've been really patient. In fairness, I just want to defend the apps for a second. So I didn't realize this, but both Zoom OSC and Zoom Tiles and Ecamm, because it was a scheduled event in my calendar, I did have access to the individual links there. I couldn't find the links anywhere, but they were built into the apps themselves. I just had, as long as they were scheduled on my calendar. So I'm sorry, Robert, go ahead.
David, I just wanted to say to you that I can absolutely relate to you and to what you're saying, because I am a real bad backseat driver. When I when I don't have all the controls and I can pull in machines when I need them, how I need them, and give them all the rights, I feel uncomfortable. Yeah, and that's the way I work my systems. When I go into someone else's events, I either put my humble, just eat my humble pie and sit there and be very, very good, and don't try and do anything that's out of the standard norm. And you're not just a normal attendee attending one of those sessions, David. So we can't put you into that group.
Right. And the thing I just wanted to put a bow on this too is that, so out of John's explanation, David, in that category on the Zoom events platform, you were classified as a presenter.
Right.
Not a panelist, not a co-host, not a host, a presenter. In meeting mode, that would be a regular panelist coming in. In webinar mode, that would be,
right.
I'm trying to, speaker. I guess it's John, help me on the nomenclature there. It's speaker, right? Would be webinar?
In a Zoom event, regardless of the session type, people are put in as speakers or alt hosts. And certain people have access to start a meeting, start a session, or a webinar. Based on the ownership of the entire event, the ownership of the hub, anybody put in as an alt host, and if you are on a speaker line, there's a checkbox that says, should this speaker even be an alt host, or should they just be a speaker? And as a speaker, they do fall under the panelist realm in a webinar. But several of you have said, once you're in a meeting, everybody's just in the meeting, and co-hosts are co-hosts, but no big deal. But still, the speaker has a certain extra level of authority, especially if that alt host box is checked, they become a co-host.
By the way, Ray, I think it was you, found something or explained something which was really interesting when we were in that session. And that is that if I, as the presenter speaker, want to hop into my meeting first, it's a meeting, not a webinar, just to get things set up, I wanted to get all my machines and whatever, it automatically shows as if the session is live. And
yes.
It's not necessarily streaming to the lobby, but and people will see that even if it's an hour and a half before it's supposed to go live, whereas that's not true with webinar.
Correct. It's because with the webinar, you have the little blue button that we all know that says start the webinar,
Right.
Which from my perspective, wait, we're already in the webinar, but it's not live for attendees. I'd like that button changed at some point, but start the blue button with the webinar, and that allows the doors to the auditorium to open up and for people to come in. But with a meeting, as soon as someone goes into, think of like a classroom, someone's opened the door to the classroom, you can't lock that door except with a waiting room. You can turn the waiting room on to keep people out, but people will still see the join button and they can click the button and come in unless you've enabled the waiting room.
And again, we talked about this, I think, a little bit last week, and that is that I eventually see a merging of meeting and webinar, and then just having options. And because right now, for all intents and purposes, you can turn a meeting into a webinar. You just lock down the mute, you put on focus mode, you have a waiting room, you've got a webinar.
Yeah, I agree, David. There's features and capabilities built into the workplace software that they can leverage in either one, and the line is already pretty blurry.
Yeah.
We have breakout rooms now in webinars if you've got a Zoom Events license. So yeah, it's pretty blurry.
Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, except for you can essentially do a webinar kind of in a meeting, except for you're still going to have the attendees being able to see the other attendees' boxes. If I'm
Not
producing
if you're
a
on focus
sales,
mode.
yeah, they still
box.
see the box. They still see the box and still see them in the participant list. They don't see their video, but they can still see that Andy Lehman's joined this meeting. Whereas in a true webinar, I can't see any of the other participants. I can see the count of participants in there if that's set, but I cannot see their name even.
Right. Yeah. So what they need to do is they need to give hosts the ability to toggle show non-video participants for all participants, and then turn on focus mode, toggle that off, instant webinar.
So David, you're asking for 2 more switches on the dashboard.
No.
47.
No, please.
I mean, you want to make it complicated for 1/3 of the people who go, what's this switch for? When will I use it?
Here's what I know. Someday in the not too distant future, every Zoom meeting is going to be on a PMI. You're all going to be proved wrong. There aren't going to be webinars. It's just going to be meetings with all the talk. It's going to be, I'm telling you, the way I'm doing it is right. That's all I know. Should we look at what's coming up? We have some good stuff coming up. Is there anything that jumped out to you from the events release notes, by the way? Ray, did you see anything in there?
I haven't really had a chance to kind of go through them. I do look at the preview notes, and there are not too many things in there that I don't recall seeing from the preview notes. But I was talking with Josh Bragg yesterday, and the ability to take, for example, one of my clients was saying, I really want to create multiple reminders for my speakers, my special roles folks. And currently you can set one reminder for them at either the, whichever day or hour or whatever, but you're going to supposedly, I have not seen this in action, supposedly be able to replicate those reminders and then edit them individually and set their triggers individually. So if you want to set a reminder 2 weeks ahead of time and 10 days ahead of time and 20 minutes ahead of time, you could do that.
Yep. There are some nice enhancements coming to the VOD, the video on demand feature. It looks like that now they've enabled Q&A, or they will be enabling Q&A. I'm sorry, Robert, I didn't see you there.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just before we jump into the into this next topic, I have a question. Does anyone use the scheduler in Zoom Workplace? You do, John? I have a technical question. I'm doing a lot of training for interpreters who are alumni and have just completed interpretation college or university, and I've been using the scheduler so that they can choose the session that they wanted. Now, I've wanted to cancel one of the sessions because I've got a job that I need to do. And is there an easy way to reschedule that specific date? Or do I have to ask everyone to reschedule themselves and then close that down? Which is really awkward, because if someone reschedules, then a slot becomes available and someone else jumps into that slot and I just keep running around in circles.
Robert, just for my sake, are you doing this in the Zoom Events platform or in which platform? Or is it just set up as a meeting?
He's talking about scheduler.
It's in the it's as a scheduler in the, thank you, David.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up here. I just have to log in. Okay, here we go. So boom, 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 ba-dum. We don't need this. If you go to schedule, this is the Calendly, what do you call it, thing that Zoom has. So you set up meeting booking pages or things like that, and there are different kinds of booking pages. So I don't want that. Oh, here we go. All right, so tell me again what you were talking about. This was not a one-off meeting. This is an availability poll.
Robert, you're muted locally.
Sorry, it's one to many that I was using. And so I had...
What is one to... Is that a one-off meeting?
This is... Sorry, can you just show those options again? I've forgotten them.
Yeah.
It's a host that would be speaking to a whole bunch of participants. So
Correct.
You can invite a number of people.
Yeah. So
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. And then I've got it. I'm in there, and you've got your calendar linked up, so it's showing you your calendar straight away. Okay.
Yeah.
And in the options, if you go down to the additional options over there on the left.
Try to make this bigger. There we go.
Sorry,
Sorry. Yep. Additional options. All I've got is description.
No, okay. So I didn't do it at this level, if that's the case. I actually did it from setting up a meeting in the portal.
So you did it. So
it's different over here.
So do you mean in calendar?
No, not in calendar itself. From the Zoom portal.
Okay.
On the web page. Yeah.
Oh, from the Zoom portal.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me go over there. Zoom portal. Okay.
Okay. So when you go to schedule.
My account.
Okay. If you go down to schedule, it should be further down, just below clips on the left-hand side.
Oh,
on the left menu. Yeah.
Scheduler.
Yeah. Scheduler.
Okay, so this is the same tool. It's just, this is the web. I'm sorry. I got you now. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And then you add a new one.
Well, this is a new booking page. Okay.
Okay. And one off meeting. Carry on. Oh, it looks different at your end. It looks completely different. Maybe it's not that one-off meeting.
Now, David, do you have the scheduler on this account?
No, this is my personal account.
Don't you have to have a subscription for scheduler?
You can pay for it, or if you have a business account, it's included.
Yeah, I have a business account included. Can you just go back, David? Maybe it isn't that option; it's the first option. Can you just select the first option and create a booking page? And this is one.
One to many.
One to many. Thank you. That's what I wanted.
Hold on. Before I click on that, I'm just curious. I'm just curious what the difference is. Okay, because they have one-to-one here.
Yeah, but this is a one-to-one where you can have say 20 in a month, where people just go in and jump in, and you'll just have a one-to-one with them. That other one was just a one-off meeting, not a one-to-one meeting.
Okay. Okay. All right, here we go.
Okay. So we've scheduled, if you go to availability, which is the second option over there, and you can set up when you want to have those meetings and the duration of them, etc. Now, once you've scheduled all of this, they become available. You get a link that you can post to people, and they can jump into that link, and they see all of the available slots, and they can go into one of the slots and reserve a place for themselves. And it's really good. It really works well. So if you put the max attendees over here on your screen to say whatever it is, 2, that means only 2 people will be able to register for that specific session, if I can use the word. Okay.
And this is ZTK. This is like if you were doing office hours or something, right? And you wanted people to be able to pop in and or schedule a time, basically. Okay.
This is if you've got, in my case, in my use case, I have about 1,000 people who want to join this training. And I've got a limitation on my side that we only have 3 sessions a week and they last 2 hours. And I can only take a maximum of 4 people.
Okay, so next, then you can set up your confirmation emails, cancellation emails, reminder emails, yada, yada,
Yep.
yada.
Next. Let's go to next.
Okay. So 30 minutes. Okay, confirmation page. And then attendee questions.
These are really cool because you can add your own questions if you want them to if you want to collect some information before they jump in. So, for example, with the interpreters, I'm asking what type of microphone do they use, and et cetera, et cetera. And I ask for a telephone contact number so that if they don't appear at the session, I can call them and find out what's wrong.
So what was the problem that you were running into?
Go into finish. Oh,
okay.
Okay, and now you have a link. When you copy that link, okay, and you can just open it in the browser again in a different place. Okay, you see all of those available slots, okay? And say, for example, the 11:30 slot on Tuesday the 15th. Okay, say 2 people have already registered in there. Okay, and so the day is full, that slot is full. And suddenly you realize you have to take your daughter to a doctor's meeting or whatever it is that happens. So you've got to go back to them and say, okay, can you move this to a different date? Because you can either cancel that slot when they get a cancellation meeting, which is a pretty harsh way of informing them that you're canceling that session, or you can send them an email and say, can you reschedule because this slot is not going to be available?
Right. So hold on a second. Person 2. It's good that I have so many email addresses. Okay.
It is, isn't it?
All right. So I've now booked 2 people into that time.
Okay.
So it's no longer available.
It's no longer available. You can't see it. Okay. But it's no longer available for additional people to book a slot there. Now, in my case, I want to cancel that slot and ask people to move somewhere else. And I have 2 options. I can just go and cancel it, because if you go to the scheduled events on the menu, go back one, please.
Oh, sorry.
To the previous page.
Come on.
And on the menu bar across the top, booking pages, scheduled events.
Scheduled events, okay.
Okay, you'll see that event will appear, and it's got 2 of 2 seats have been filled, and you can see the details of who's attending, okay? Now, you have the option here to cancel this thing. Or
you can just remove attendee.
Robert, you can reschedule.
You can reschedule. You can reschedule, but that's from your side, yeah?
Yeah.
You're saying, okay, I'm going to move everyone to a different date. But that's not my intention, because I don't know what their calendars.
No, this is only moving this one person.
Okay, so I'm moving that one person, but I don't know that person's calendar. So how can I move that person to a specific date or time? So what I want to do is say to them, listen, I can't be there at the time. Can you book a different date? And they have the option, once they get the link for their confirmation, they can change. I don't know if you can show one of those emails.
Yeah, so here's the email.
Okay, if you go down to the very bottom of that email, it says...
Actually, it doesn't say that at all, which is weird.
This is to you.
Is this... Yeah, this is to me. This is the
This is the wrong one. You need to look at the emails that were sent out to the 2 people that you booked.
I gotta find them. Where are they? Newsletters, information. Here we go. Sorry.
Okay. Now, if you go down to the bottom there, you'll see that you can manage your booking, manage this booking. Okay. And you can reschedule it yourself, but that's rescheduling according to the date that you want it to happen.
Which is what you want, because you want the person to be able to make their own choice, right?
Yes, but they have to be informed that they need to go down to that link and click on it. Yeah?
Right. So you would, yes, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
You either have to cancel them. So if you go back to the other one,
which I don't want to do because that's pretty crude and they just get knocked off that scheduled.
Well, let's see. Hold on. Is there you can add a cancellation reason.
Yeah, but it's much nicer for them to be able to go and reschedule than to be cancelled and have to put their data back in and choose another date, correct?
Right.
If they do the reschedule that you were doing just now from the email, then it's just a matter of choosing a different slot and they've got their data in, they don't have to repeat anything.
Right. So I guess what you really want to do is send them a message from here that says, you want to include the reschedule button in the message that you send them when you cancel.
Correct, but the reschedule is unique to each of the users that have been invited. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
so,
that makes sense.
Yeah. So I was just wondering. I know it sounds complicated, but this scheduling system is really clever. It's really good.
Yeah, this is Calendly. It's the same.
Well,
very good. I'm sorry.
I used it 2-3 years ago. And the upside was that when you launched the meeting, you have the list of everybody that had scheduled. So you can see how many people are still left to join the meeting, which was really the upside of using this. The downside was the UI was quite anal and not that smart in terms of scheduling the day. So you have these three choices. And you have to figure out what do you mean by the slot and the times. Is it a full day? Is it a different day? And it's like trying to figure out the puzzle. And I just threw up my hands and I just threw the whole thing out. So I gave up on it.
I had to test it a couple of times, but once I figured out how to use it, I'm really happy with it. Just this one situation that came up, and I was wondering if anyone had used it. How to inform everyone that they need to reschedule by going down to the bottom of their invitation, add the booking, change my booking, and you manage their booking.
Robert, do you have access to their email addresses within the scheduling tool?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Yes.
And so my workaround approach to this would be to send them both, if there's 2 or 3 or 4 of them, send them an email going, I'm going to have to cancel this in a couple of days because I'm going to have to do something else. If you would go back to your original email, there's a reschedule link, sort of push them in that direction to go reschedule their time, because tomorrow I'm going to have to cancel this session. And I guess my other question is, if you go ahead and cancel it and they find their email that has that reschedule, can they still click that reschedule button and kind of get into another session without having to re-enter their information?
Okay, so the first thing, that is exactly what I did, Ray. That was the only option I could find. So I did that. Yeah. That's a manual process. And the trouble with doing that is that when one person goes in and reschedule, that slot becomes available and someone else jumps into that slot. And so you go through this whole process of you're emptying one slot, but someone else jumps in, you empty it, the next one, someone else jumps in, and you're just going round and round in circles. That's the issue that I had with that.
I was wondering if there's a way to set the number of slots to 0 or something that they...
You can't change it. You can't edit it once you've done that.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can, hold on. Wait a second.
Put something in your calendar. Put something in your calendar, Robert, that takes up that space. And when it goes to try and reschedule it, it'll see you're busy and it won't allow it to be reallocated.
Well, that's what I did. I had to use a whole load of my own personal emails. And as soon as I saw the message come through that it's available...
don't just put it in your if it's linked to your calendar, just put an event in your calendar underneath that box, and then no one will be able to go and get it.
Why can't you change the schedule?
Have a look at the way it's built, David. It's clumsy to change the schedule for one session.
Yeah, because when you set up that schedule, you're saying I'm available, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So that link is for all of those things. So he's essentially saying I have 4 spots for Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and if you try to edit that, that would
Knock
take
everything
out
off.
those spots for all the rest of them.
Yeah. So you have to book something on your calendar. That's exactly right. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll try that, John. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you.
That's
Robert,
okay.
I mean, when you schedule it for a particular slot and people subscribe to those slots, you get an email for that specific slot with the names of the people who have registered for that slot.
Correct.
And you have their email as well.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's one way of sending them an email to say that the slot that you have registered is gonna be cancelled. So you don't have to look for the email.
I'm one step ahead of that, Hasmukh, because
Okay. Sorry, I'm a little slow tonight.
The problem, that's okay. The problem is that once someone actually goes and changes that slot to a different date, that slot becomes available and someone else jumps into that slot. And so I keep jumping. Someone is quicker than I am to be able to, and keeps filling in the slots that become available, and I can never empty it out.
Just so people
can you not allocate those folks to the new slot that you may or may not create?
I can't. I can just reschedule everything, but that's a blunt way of doing it because I don't know what their calendar is, so I don't want to do it like that.
Right, got you.
This is the email that you get as the host or the scheduler, the scheduler whatever. So it says attendee when attendance 2 of 2 seats filled. So you would get all that information, and then when you cancel, this is the email. The scheduled event below has been canceled. Oh no, sorry, that is actually here. Your ZTK with David Feston Tuesday has been canceled. That's it.
That's it. So there's no option there of going and rescheduling yourself. Those guys just get knocked out. Yeah, they don't. They get the message that you put in there, but
right. It would be nice if you knew the rescheduling link, if somehow that was a permalink that you could create a shortcut to or something, so that when you're writing your little message, you could say, reschedule, and then it would populate that link in there.
And I'm wondering, guys, could you actually make that, once you do have that rescheduled date, Robert, that you're choosing, can you in scheduler make it private, meaning that the people only that you sent it to will then can see it?
No, the way the scheduling works is you get a window of a week, you set up the slots in that week, and then you can duplicate that week over time moving forward. So you can't work on an individual slot. You can't have an individual slot that's different. The only way I got around it is by using my own email addresses and filling that session up with my own emails, so it became fully occupied, and then it's not available for other people to.
Yeah, but the way to do, the cleaner way to do that is what John said, is make sure that under availability that you don't ignore calendar availability, and that you have your calendar connected. And then
I just need to try that and test it, because I don't know how Zoom's going to behave, because if 2 people have already scheduled a meeting and then I put something in on my calendar after that, is it going to block off the rest of them, or will it just ignore it because
No, ignore it because it's already done the check.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
It's
the order in which it checks the information. So when the scheduler is trying to give them a date, it will then check your calendar as it is at the point where they're trying to make the appointment. And if you add something in afterwards, it won't know because it's already done the check.
That's what I thought.
If you put it in there now, it won't realize there was a conflict. And if somebody else tries to book it in, they won't be able to because you filled the slot up.
Well, actually, wait a second. Let's test this. So So this is an event that, and my calendar is connected, so it sees when I'm free. So now I'm gonna go in, and this might take a second, but Monday the 14th, I'm gonna add something to the 2 o'clock slot. I'm gonna say, I'm just doing this on my calendar. I'm gonna say busy. Now, let's give that a hard refresh and see. Look at that.
Yeah, it's gone because you didn't have anyone in there. Yeah, but where's the session that you had someone in? That was the 11:30 for Tuesday, but you cancelled that.
I canceled
didn't
it.
you?
But it's
Okay.
all right. So let's test it. Test one at Torah Tech Eye. Okay.
Okay.
That's
Look.
11:30. So now I'm gonna go in. Okay, so that's now scheduled.
Okay. Tuesday 11:30.
11:30. And what I'm
One
gonna do
seat.
now is on Tuesday, I'm gonna put something on my calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Busy. Same time. Okay. So that's there, and I'll do a quick hard refresh here. Let's see what happens. Yeah.
And try and book something in there now. See, it's still allowing you to do it. It can. This is what I thought. This is what John was saying because it's already read the status earlier on.
Right. Right. Let's go through the whole thing to make sure it actually goes through.
Good idea.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I don't want to bash anyone's head because this tool is super cool, but I'm just looking for an easy way to reschedule because I'm sure when you've got something set up for the whole of summer and you've got 4 of these sessions a day for over 3 days a week, this situation is going to repeat itself. And that's why I was looking. It's the first time I've come across the problem, but yeah. But the scheduling tool is really good. I really highly recommend it. It's super cool.
So,
sorry. No, please go ahead.
For the medical events, instead of creating an event and asking people to register for the event, I try to use the scheduler because the nice thing was that it populates the participants you're expecting to join the meeting. And so our host or co-host know, okay, we're waiting for 3-4 more people to come in before we start the session. So that was the very useful consequence of using the scheduler, but it lacked the flexibility of changing things. And it's not so obvious. You have to invest time in working out what you mean by, and so it's by trial and error that you can figure out the slots that you want to achieve.
Yeah, but once I did it, it is super effective. I just can't reiterate this enough. It's just so nice.
I'll go back to it and play with it again.
Thanks for your help. I know that took a lot of time. Thank you for testing it live, David.
If your meetings are all on Zoom, I'm with you. I do it here. There are 2 reasons why I haven't moved over my schedule from Calendly to Zoom. One is because Zoom, I don't believe, still accepts payment. And every once in a while, someone, I have a payment attached to a meeting. But the other reason is that a lot of my meetings are not on Zoom. And so it's just, sending someone to a Zoom scheduler for a non-Zoom meeting, I think would be confusing to them. So, yeah. But it's super cool.
The other benefactor you might want to look at is TidyCal. TidyCal is as good as Scheduler, and it doesn't integrate with Zoom, but it's $29 one-time fee, no recurring costs.
Oh yeah, look at this. Pay once, get a lifetime deal forever, $29.
I have some things to say about that regarding privacy and security, but I'm not going to say them in a recording.
Specifically around TidyCal?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Okay.
But I want to go back to
If
the
you're a
Zoom.
small user and you just want one-off things, then TidyCal's the best for you. If you're a professional and you're doing it a lot, then Zoom's not as good as Calendly. It's not as flexible as Calendly yet. Hopefully it'll come one day. But you're right, the payments option is the one big feature which Zoom needs to add if they're going to compete with the scheduling properly.
I did have something interesting happen with Calendly today with Zoom. Actually, someone booked an appointment with me, and Calendly, and this has never happened before, thought that it lost the connection to Zoom.
It does happen.
Yeah,
it does happen, David. It happens irregularly, but it does happen.
But it hadn't actually lost the connection, because when I went in to check it, it still said connected. What I ended up doing is disconnecting and reconnecting it. But just sort of, it's never happened before. Wasn't a big deal, thank goodness. But
yeah, they sent out a notice. I get
did they?
Down notices, and they had about a 15-minute window where they were researching that, and they
really?
they might have captured them and rerun them through or whatever. I don't know, but
I didn't see that. Thank you.
It was a brief one.
Oh wow, okay.
I put in chat that I was curious if, Robert, that you would actually, considering that you're doing this for so many people, would the events platform actually work for you instead of scheduler, where you would set up your own event in the hub that you own and have everybody come there and treat it as if, and again, similar to how Josh has his training and how Zoom is doing their training as well, they're using the Zoom events platform for that. So I was just curious.
No, it's not what I want to achieve. I want to achieve a limit of 4 people in each session.
You can do that actually, with the reserve a spot per session. Look on the More Controls tab for a session. You set up all your sessions. Go to the More Controls tab, and down at the bottom, reserve a spot. Turn the switch on and put in the number 4, and only 4 people can sign up for that slot.
I didn't know that. I will try that. Good question. Thank you, Mike, and thanks, Ray.
Of course. Again, I know that the events platform, should that event be canceled, it handles it properly. Because I've gotten, even from Zoom events, there's been rescheduling that has happened, that Josh has rescheduled certain things here and there, and I get the rescheduled and it's rescheduled for another date. That's all built into the events platform.
That's cool. And you've got all the other options with the emails, which
Correct.
is really cool.
And again, too, if you want to have resources that everybody has, that is all the same resources that is going to be happening for the training, you can use the resources tab.
Well, thank you, guys. I didn't even think of using my sessions license for this, to tell you the truth. It just seemed so obvious that this is a meeting. I guess this is my David Paskin moment. Yeah, it wasn't my PMI, so I couldn't figure it out. And this wasn't.
Again, it's the infamous use case, right, Robert? You're the one that asked, because what is the use case of doing this, right? So then you gave us a use case, and I'm telling you that's a perfect use case. Considering that Josh and the Zoom phone does it. John, you could tell me if Zoom developer uses the events platform for their training too. I'm going to assume probably. I'm pretty sure that Zoom is even mandating all their different products are eventually going to probably have all their training. And again, too, not that you would need the YouTube version of Zoom event of the Zoom new feature, which is I'm trying to remember what that's called. Ray, you guys might have to help me on that naming. Where you get I call it the YouTube of Zoom functionality.
You're talking about the
Zoom
CMS,
clips.
VOD?
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Go ahead, Hesma.
What? Just explain again how you would use sessions in this kind of application. And B, I purchased the sessions license to use all the liminal products. Does that mean I can use the same license?
You have a pay per attendee license, or is it a a subscription license.
No, it's that once off.
Right. The pay per attendee license, every time you have 4 people attend a class, it'll take off 4 tickets. And basically, you know, it's $2 per person every time somebody comes in.
Right. Okay.
And in the case of Robert, I would suggest using Zoom events, not Zoom sessions. With Zoom event, you could create an entire week of classes and make them in that for the week, and then put that 4-person limit per session. And if you needed to move a session around, you know, you could probably do that.
Okay. Okay. I see what you're saying. And we have a look at that. And of course, if necessary, you've got payments already there. So that's the good part of
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
The thing I
that's
don't
too.
know if that may be an issue for you is it doesn't prevent someone from signing up for 2 different sessions. So if they wanted to come Monday and they want to come back on Wednesday, it doesn't prevent them from doing that.
The scheduler doesn't prevent them from doing that either. So there's,
Okay.
you can't stop them. Mm.
I sent you a private chat, Robert.
Hasbuck, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think this the most powerful feature for me for scheduler was my co-hosts knew how many people were meant to be joining a meeting. So as they bring people into the waiting room or they bring them on stage, they could figure out that 4 or 5 are still need to come in. So that was a very nice and very powerful feature, because if you ask them to register, you have to go to the registration and print out uh, uh, who has registered for the event. Whereas this is when you launch your meeting that you have scheduled, then all those who have booked their place for the event, the list appears in the participants list. And in the participants list, it'll have those who have joined and those who are still to join. And that was a very powerful feature.
Thank you very much, Frank. I need to read this through carefully because I'm not sure if this
I don't think it
is,
solves your whole problem, but it might get you further to the finish line.
yeah, it actually, it doesn't solve, you're right, it doesn't solve my whole problem, but I did have this issue with trying to identify exceptions, what it calls here as an exception, yeah, because there are only rules in the main part, and I didn't see this exceptions. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Back to you, Mr. Paskett.
Back to me. Have we finished our scheduling fun?
Thank you, David. Sorry that I just grabbed hold of the whole of the session, but it was very Zoom related, so I felt sort of.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we forget that Zoom is no longer just, they took video out of their name, right? Now it's just Zoom Workplace. So, or Zoom Communications, is that what the official?
Zoom Communications Inc.
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously we spend most of our time on the video piece of it, but
if we can't schedule people to come to our meeting, how can we get them to our meeting?
Well, here's the good news. Starting on Monday, there will be a hotkey to open up the calendar on which scheduled events from Robert will show up in your Zoom desktop app. And not only that, but you'll be able to have your calendar open while you also have the companion side panel open.
Can you say that again? It was too much. I didn't grasp that state.
Okay. So apparently there are 2 things going on here. The first is companion and calendar side panel. So you can now use a keyboard shortcut to open both of these up in your desktop app. And then when you have half panel display mode in the Zoom desktop app is enhanced to support the calendar panel. Users can access AI Companion and Calendar simultaneously when not in a meeting. I'm just saying. Here's the Meta Quest that, Frank, do you have a Meta Quest, Frank?
I have about 100 of them that I support.
When you say it like that, okay.
I have one of my own, but yeah.
Would you show, let me ask you a question, Frank. Would you show up to a Zoom meeting as your Meta avatar?
I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know, but maybe. I don't know how it works yet, so I want to see. Like, does the MetaQuest app for Zoom allow me to use the cameras on the Quest headset? Because that would be pretty cool if I could walk around with my headset on and you could see everything I'm seeing, and every direction I turned, you could see everything. Imagine I was trying to give you a tutorial on how to change your brakes or something, and I wore it while I was, because MetaQuest and many of the VR headsets have pass-through, which means I don't have to look at the application. I can see the real environment through the headset, and the apps float on top, and you can push them out of the way. So I could be maybe, replacing my brakes, and you could be watching on the Zoom meeting as I change my brakes. I haven't used it yet, so I don't know what the possibilities are yet, but it could be cool.
That's kind of cool. Okay. Yeah, you have access to the Zoom features in a virtual and a mixed reality setting. Huh.
Usually mixed reality means real life and virtual at the same time.
Right. Interesting. Updates to the updates. You can now update your update. You can choose an automatic updates, a simplified update process. Well, I wonder what this means. I wonder if they're going to be taking away the fast and slow options. I'll have to see. AI Companion.
One of the complaints I get about Zoom updates is people come in on Monday morning and they have their first meeting at 9 o'clock and they turn the computer on at 9:57 and Zoom says updates required.
Yeah.
I'm hoping maybe there'll be some
maybe throw it on a Thursday.
Or just maybe something a little more elegant, like suspend update till meeting's over or something.
Right.
Yeah, let's not talk about Patch Tuesday this week either, David.
About what? Who?
Let's not talk about Patch Tuesday for all my PC fans in the audience.
Patch Tuesday. Okay. All right. This is interesting. Personalized audio isolation. There's a lot of audio stuff going on, actually.
There sure is.
Audio isolation on iPads. So now, I didn't even realize that you had audio profiles on the iPad, but now, I guess, could you choose original audio? Could you change your audio profile on an iPad? Actually, wait a second, I have my iPad here. Let's find out. Is that coming up? There we go. Okay. Let me find Zoom. Where are you, Zoom? No. Zoom. Do I have to actually join a meeting? I wonder if I have to. What is? Oh, no, that's not what I want. 1603537, and then we'll call this. Oh, that's not right. Sorry. 781. Okay. Join. Now I have to do this. And then, okay. And then if someone could let me in, but let me mute myself and turn that off real quick. Okay. So you can go ahead and let me in. So now
Led Zeppelin lives.
As David is fixing his audio, we'll be right back to you.
David, can you play that in reverse? I wonder what it sounds like in reverse.
Wait, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Do you guys have a horrible echo, or is that just me?
We
Nope.
had it. I was kind of enjoying it, though.
I don't know how to get out of the.
It's okay now. We can't hear the echo now.
Hold on. System capture. I don't want that.
Plug some headphones in.
I don't have headphones. I'm trying to get out of this. I never join on my iPad, so I don't really know what I'm doing. Can anyone walk me through how to disconnect audio? Oh, thank goodness. Sorry about that, everyone.
You disconnect audio. How are you going to do personal audio?
Because I'm just going to go in my settings. Okay. So now where are settings on an iPad?
Well, there's iPad settings and there's Zoom settings.
No. I want the audio settings.
I think they're in the Zoom client, though, right? For the personal audio. I'm not sure.
A little more.
Yeah, I did. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Sorry. More.
You have to join audio to get access to them.
Well, I shouldn't. I mean, I should still be able to.
I don't think this is a meeting setting, so I think close this panel.
Oh, okay.
And then you had the left arrow in the top left corner.
Yep.
To
think
take you
over here.
Yeah, I think it's the more menu down there with the 3 dots on the left-hand side. Under contacts.
Contacts.
The very left
Far
hand
left.
panel.
Far
Far
left.
left.
Yeah, no,
far
I
left.
clicked, yeah,
3.
I clicked on that.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Then-
that brought me
then
here.
go to
maybe
settings.
Audio, maybe. Here we go. Audio. All right. So yeah. So you have original sound or auto noise suppression now. And so they're going to be sorry, it took me so long to get here. So they're going to be adding, we have lots of people who want to come join us. Look at that. So now they're adding personalized audio isolation to that. Okay. That'd be nice. I've never used the personal audio isolation.
I have. It works pretty good.
Yeah.
Not on an iPad. I've just used it on a computer. But you have to consent for it to record your voice. You have to read a script, and then it gets a sense of you.
Yep. Let's get the other. I want to just let me just find the other audio one. Here we go. So we can go back up to the other stuff, but boy, why are we? This is so weird. We're getting so many people trying to bomb us right now.
Because you showed the meeting ID.
Really? That's it?
Yep. I didn't
Nothing
get to
more
it quick
simple than a
enough to actually-
PMI.
But I didn't show the passcode, did I?
You almost did, but I blackened out the screen in time. I thought, but maybe I didn't.
Look, they're all coming in. This is so much fun.
Is it now, host David? That's not doing this, and I am.
Why you have a waiting room? This is how you fix this stuff. You just don't let people in.
Cool. Do you want to use
All
my
it
app that
takes
bans
is
them
for-
for more hardware?
All it takes is for one person watching the stream to copy the ID and post it to one of those naughty sites, and then you'll get a whole brigade of people.
Yeah, well,
And
it's
bots.
It's a good thing we use a different ID each week. Okay.
Good answer.
Yeah. Okay, wait. So the other audio piece, though, users can access and modify microphone modes more efficiently before or during a meeting through an improved audio menu. The redesigned interface provides quick access to microphone modes, noise removal, personalized audio isolation, and original sound for musicians.
I hope they do this well,
Yeah.
because so many people have no idea that I'm specifically going to talk about iOS. Have no idea about wide, narrow audio and any of the other. Like, it's so surprising people spend so much money on an iPhone, and then they have no idea how it works.
Right. Right. So that's going to be a nice update. This one also, I didn't mean to skip over so, but this also I thought was really interesting, the enhancement to gallery view. So if you've got only 3 to 5 people in your meeting, the mobile app is going to give you a completely different experience. You're not going to really have the speaker view and gallery view anymore. You're just going to have, I guess, 3 to 5 equally sized video tiles. Which is interesting and could be an issue if you want to. I wonder how spotlighting will work, because there are times when I'm in a meeting and I want to show something, and I spotlight my camera so that because I'm using Ecamm, I'm not screen sharing. It's important to spotlight my camera to send out the highest resolution to folks. I wonder.
I don't see here, Dave, where it says that speaker mode is disabled. I mean, this is gallery view only, and if you spotlight, it should switch to spotlight mode when you do a spotlight.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's this is for gallery. So, thank you. The reason I thought that is because it says it's moving away from the traditional speaker view format where one participant appears larger than others. That's, I read into that maybe they were getting rid of that. Thank you.
We'll find out Monday.
Adapts based on display settings. Wow. That'll be really interesting to see also. All right, well, I'm gonna stop for now. I mean, there's a lot more in there. I don't know if Mike, if you want to look at that, or someone might have to take over for Mike because there's so many people that keep wanting to visit us. I think it's nice.
Can we try that new feature that Zoom gave us, where they blacklist their hardware and they can't get into Zoom for the rest of their lives?
Oh.
Or should we wait until they've opened it up to Microsoft as well?
Yeah, but just a minute. Open the breakout room and see who you're actually blocking before we do that. That's
well, you could demonstrate the breakout room capture. So you could set a breakout room with no ability to leave the breakout room, and then bring all them into the breakout room.
Okay, wait a second.
They could talk to themselves.
Then you can start recording them.
They can flash each other then, can't they, until they're happy?
All right, so just wait a second. So talk me through this. So I don't want to co-host.
You have to create a breakout. You have to create a breakout room and then lock it down so they can't leave it and they can't go anywhere.
Okay, and now I'm going to. I don't want to allow participants. Automatically move all assigned participants. Yes. Automatically move all selected persons to breakout rooms to main session. Yes. That's it, right? Okay, open all rooms. So now no one go in there. So now, why did all those people, wait a second. Why are all these people in, it looks like, where'd everyone go?
Hello, everybody on YouTube. I think David just sent everybody in there.
Now
Okay.
I can't close it.
All breakout rooms are going to close in 0 seconds, and some of us are back. And
what just happened?
You chucked us all into the waiting room or breakout room.
But I didn't automatically.
Yeah. Sorry, that must have been my mistake. I meant create a breakout room, not allocate us all to the breakout room.
But I didn't mean to do that.
I know you didn't mean to do that. I thought you were just going to try and tease us with all these flashes coming in.
No, but why are all these people? I'm so confused. Let me.
Okay. Well, if you're confused, then I would suggest do nothing.
Yeah, but no, hold on. So, like, why are all these people in this room?
I don't know. Ask them.
I don't want to assign. Oh, that's why.
Assigned automatically.
That's why. So now open all rooms. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. I apologize. Okay. So now let me just go in and make sure they cannot choose, they cannot return. Okay, fine.
And Dave, just to make sure, don't show us that room.
What do you mean? No. I'm not going to go into it.
No,
Okay.
but we're watching you at the moment. Turn your screen off and do it off
I
screen.
know, but
we
I'm
don't
not-
want to give them publicity.
No, but I'm not going into it. So
Okay.
I'm staying here. Okay. Oh, and now they're not even here. They gave up. But let's pretend anyway. So now how would we move someone in there automatically? Is that a
Well,
back
Put
end?
me into the waiting room, and then you can use me as a test pigeon.
Oh, okay, but before I put you in, I should figure out how to do this. Well,
It'll appear. The option will appear once you've got someone in the waiting
all right,
room.
I'm throwing John out. All right, so John is out. Now I go
I
to.
did it already. Go ahead, David.
Wait, what just happened? Did you let him in?
I did not.
Where'd he go?
He's back in.
How'd he get in? Wait, who let John in?
I didn't.
Isn't he a co-host?
No, I didn't make John a co-host as of yet. No.
I don't want John here. Hold on. I'm kicking him out again. Goodbye. Okay, now John's in the way. No one let him in.
I'm not letting him in, David.
Now,
Go ahead.
all I see are remove and rename. I don't see any way to send him to a breakout room.
Maybe it's because you're using a PMI.
It might be.
Just anything that doesn't work for you, I'm going to blame it on PMI from now on.
Was there a setting on the back end that we also had to enable? I wonder. I mean, I'm sure I did enable that, but
John, we need help.
Apparently, if I keep my legs crossed, you can't put me in the waiting room.
No, I put you in the waiting room, but we didn't know how to send you into the breakout room. Frank thinks it's because we're using a PMI.
That could be true. Yes.
Yeah, that could be true, actually. Okay. I tell you what I'm going to do.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to pass host to Mike.
Of course, so I can break things instead.
I've clearly lost my mind. We should try that one time. That we should figure out how to make that happen. But for this week, I'm gonna get you all. Oh, look at that! My meters completely disappeared. I just noticed. There.
One last thing before you go, David.
Yes.
You did put 2 entries in your calendar. You probably want to remember that you've got those 2 dead entries in your calendar, because you're going to get to them and go, who am I supposed to be meeting with?
No, I deleted them already.
Okay, great. I've done that before. That's why I brought it up. I've demonstrated an event. I put a random name in a calendar, and then I got to that time and panicked, thinking, who am I supposed to be meeting?
Yeah. All right, my friends. It's all you, Mike. Have a
All
lot.
me.
See you later.
I promise YouTube, I will not be showing anything off that's incriminating for the meeting, for the rest of the meeting.
Sorry,
I
man.
will not do that to myself. Okay. Bye, David. Oh goodness.
We've definitely got to do that. If they're that keen, we have to create a fake ID and a fake meeting, and then see how many people we can catch.
And actually display it on during the show, so
and then
see how many.
We can then demonstrate to people how banned you can be by Zoom as well, couldn't we? Then you see.
Yeah, absolutely.
I remember us testing this when we read about this option some time back. And Mike, is it not in one of the options, the host options that you have in the panel down the bottom there, the manage meeting options? Or security, I think it's called security. And
Good question. And I'm looking. I don't see it in the host tools tab. Robert's saying that it should be in the, looking for the security. Tell me more. What button that would be on the tab?
That's the
Robert?
host tools. I think they renamed it to host tools. It used to be called security before. It's got host tools or
Oh,
host
okay.
options or something.
And which one are you referencing that would be in there?
To activate the option of moving people in from the waiting room into a breakout room.
The only one that I am seeing, and again, it depends on the current settings that David has set up. I only see enable waiting room. That's the only reference that I see in my list for waiting room. I do see lock meeting, obviously, which I'm not going to do because everybody will get locked. And high profile pictures, which of course, again, I don't want to do. But that has been the couple that have been for Zoom bombers if all of a sudden things are happening. Go ahead, Robert.
So did I understand you? Waiting rooms are enabled. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Right now there is enable waiting room is enabled, but again, I can disable that right now in the meeting as well. But I'm not going to because of our friends visiting us for free. So yes, absolutely, I'm not going to do that at this time. But again, if we did have that, as John was saying, setting up that mock meeting where we could actually have people run into there because they feel like they want to show off their wares, and we'll show that as well. And of course, Ray, this would be perfect timing for your contact at Zoom that's in the security world to enjoy that YouTube to watch how many bombers will come into our meeting at that particular point so that you can actually watch it live.
I'm looking for a reference. I'm looking for a reference on how to move people straight from the waiting room into a breakout room, and I can't find it. It's one of the problems with so many different terminologies, waiting room and breakout room and move and session and meeting, and finding something's difficult. And my usual go-to of perplexity is telling me, no, you can't even do that. So I don't know.
Yeah, stay tuned. Ray's on the case. All right, so Ray's looking for it with the help of Perplexity. We'll see if Perplexity thinks it is a perplexity to actually not let Zoom have this waiting room to situation. Now, I know John and I've talked about it in the past that there might be in the back end of having an app developed that would utilize the SDK or the APIs, depending on the flavor. In this case, I guess this case would probably more meeting API, I believe, or even maybe meeting SDK, depending on the functionality that we need to actually have a way that the meeting room would be opened and it'd be sort of a meeting room jail, or sorry, I'm doing that wrong. No, meeting room's bad. Okay, let me do that again. So it'd be a breakout room that would be sort of a jail where you'd throw these people into this breakout room that is a quote unquote jail for Zoom bombers. And they would stay there. And the only option that they would have is just to leave the meeting at that particular point.
And my understanding is that as a co-host, you could assign yourself down in there and come back out, so that if you were to go down in there and, cover your eyes so you can't see the screen, but, somehow figure out, is there anybody here legitimate, and maybe promote them. But if you wanted to actually vet some people, you probably could as a co-host.
Right. Right. And I think, it was something that I know that John and I had talked about, but again, right now, is that currently available as a feature? I don't think so. And again, Ray, I'll leave that up to you and Perplexity to figure out for us through the
I remember us testing it here in one of the Zoom test kitchens. Or am I making this up?
Robert, you got me on that one. I think there was. Go ahead, Ray.
I mean, I don't remember actually testing it. I know we talked about it, but I don't remember testing it. I mean, not that I make every meeting, but we'll see.
Well, I still have the break rooms open. So if somebody does figure it out, even on the YouTube side or within our team here, let me know and we can try to test this. Of course, our friends on the YouTube will probably do an awesome job of trying to contemplate if they want to come into it. Or if we do figure it out, we could actually maybe live, set up another meeting and pretend that it is the actual
I
YouTube meeting.
know, I know you can do it if your attendees have pre-registered and you use the CSV option. I know you can do it that way.
Does that help, Ray?
Yeah, I found the March 17 of 2025 entry here. Ability to move participants from waiting rooms directly to breakout rooms. Host and co-host can move participants directly from the waiting room to designated breakout rooms without requiring them to enter the main meeting room first. Additionally, they can lock breakout rooms to prevent participants from returning to the main session, and works for both signed in Zoom users and guests. One of the things that I did see on Reddit was that it requires the people who are attending to be on 6.4.0 or greater.
Ah, the infamous caveat of version numbers again.
Yeah.
So again,
6.4.0 was when this came out.
if you are lower than that, Ray, then they would not be automatically going into breakout rooms then.
Probably not.
John, are you using the SDK or are you on vanilla Zoom?
Oh, that was a question for who, Robert? John?
For John.
Yeah, John, do you hear us?
I'm on the standard version. I'm on the workplace desktop version.
Yeah,
I
just
could,
for
I
everybody
could
on
do this via APIs. I could do this via APIs because I would probably lock the video and audio, bring them in, and then put them in the breakout room. But I haven't used this feature for a while, and I've actually got a meeting running at the moment, with a breakout room open, trying to get a person to go from the waiting room to the breakout room directly. And they don't belong to my domain, so they are guests to my meeting.
Yeah, just for the YouTube sake, everybody's wondering where John is. John is off on another computer doing this testing as he's speaking. Back to you, John.
Yes. You know how you do stuff and then you think, well, I can just redo that and I'll just find the answer, and then you don't. So talk amongst yourselves. But what do we call this in email, in the world of emails? We don't call it a fly trap, do we? What we call it? Honeypot. That's it. Yeah, yeah. Maybe we should start a honeypot of Zoom accounts to get all these cheats into one place and then lock their Zooms down. That'll be fun.
I'll just make more Zooms.
Ray, you think that there'll be more people coming then?
Well,
than my 7 within 5 minutes?
Once you throw up the challenge, I mean,
everybody will accept the challenge, right? That's it. Yeah.
Oh, so we have a question.
Oh, what is the question, John?
How many people can you put in a waiting room before it runs out of space?
There's a good one. Ray, I'm going to ask Perplexity for that one. Or unless you.
I would imagine that it probably hits your room limit.
I hope
so. Like if you've got a 100 or a 1,000 limit, once they get to there, the next person is going to get a notice that says, sorry, the session is full, you can't join. Even in the waiting room.
I hope so. That'd be so funny to have 20,000 people in your waiting room.
Well, I did read that they are creating new licenses that may allow you to go greater than 1,000, I think. Did I read that somewhere? I think I read that somewhere.
Well, you can run an event up to 1 million people, but nobody's yet
that's a webinar. They can't do that for meetings. And yeah.
We all want new licenses. Woo! All right. As John is trying to figure out if he's testing it as we speak here live on the Zoom Test Kitchen. Do you have any questions from the YouTube audience that are still with us? And yes, I will talk about the release notes from if we want to go back to that as well. And I promise this time that the graphic will work. There it is. If you have any questions or comments from YouTube, let us know in chat and I will ask Robert, Ray, John, and Mr. Paskin is still here with us. And okay. During the discussion on the Zoom scheduler, I said that the UI was. Oh, okay. Not a problem, Hasbuk.
Yeah, maybe we should point out for those that haven't got it yet that there is. I think there's quite a different experience whether you use the web version or whether you use the workplace app to bring it down. I don't think they're as in sync as maybe some of the other apps are, which could confuse people.
What would be the specifics that you could see, John, being different?
I just found the user experience was different between the two.
Okay. But again, it's not necessarily functionality limitations.
I don't think so, but I haven't really. One of the projects I've given myself in my summer holidays is to actually compare those three that we've talked about. Calendly, the undisputed world leader, the one that started it all. TidyCal, the cheap and little app that tries to give budget people an option, and then compare that with what Zoom does.
In the Zoom, you're talking about the Zoom scheduler.
Yeah.
Product.
I don't think any of the apps would solve the problem that Robert gave, which is a jolly good one.
It is. Yeah, it is.
You can reschedule somebody, they can reschedule, but if you wanted to move them, I don't think any of the apps have that ability to allow that to happen. Not in a nice, neat way that he talked about.
Right.
And I had a look at I had a look at the API as well, and the API is only really. I think the API in that instance is only really written to allow you to import and export the Calendly or the calendar dates to communicate with another app. So maybe you've got a CRM product, and when people make schedule events in your Zoom, you want your CRM to update their customer records. So the APIs are there to do that sort of conversation, but I'm not sure. But I'm going to have a look. I'm not sure they could solve Robert's problem.
Right. And that's why I had a bit of a brainstorm of should Robert actually move this from scheduler, and it had the additional functionality of the events platform. And again, depending on your licensing, Robert, will depend on my automatic thought was Zoom events, not Zoom sessions, aka Webinar Plus coming soon. So that's why I was sort of, when Ray was making the comment to me about it being more Zoom events, a Zoom events license versus Zoom sessions, again, depending on how many, of course, if you're doing PPA or not, right?
I've got a monthly, a yearly payment for my Zoom sessions license, but I only have a PPA for the events, so I can't play with that in the events license. But while John's been busy, I know every one of us has been trying to find that option of moving people from the waiting room into a breakout room. And while I was doing that, I came across the waiting room options. I haven't looked at these for a while, but they're really, really interesting. I don't know if you can relate to them or not. Can I just share this for the moment?
Yeah, please do.
Share, so drop the link, one or the other. And FYI, I've actually asked the question on moving from waiting room to breakout room in the Zoom Community Champions team chat channel.
I'll go and answer it in a second then.
That was too funny.
Okay, I'm just going to share. I'm just going to share this screen for a minute because these waiting room options are really clever. I didn't realize that. And this is, of course, in the portal where you set up all of the settings in the for the account. And just read through them. Who should go into the waiting room? You can differentiate between everyone and people who are not in your account or people who are not in your account but are whitelisted, have whitelisted domains. So that's pretty interesting. That's one option that is I didn't realize existed. The sorting option alphabetically or join order I knew about. That's been there all the time, even though it says new. I thought that was available all the time. Actually, no, I go back on that. It was always alphabetical, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So and then the at the bottom, the last option is second last, the more options. Users invited during the meeting by the co-host or the host will bypass the waiting room. I didn't realize that there was an option that could be set.
Yes, I have 2 accounts in my Business Plus account, which have calendar control over each other, so they can organize each other's events. And if one opens up a room with a waiting room, the other one gets through without touching the waiting room.
Well, that's because of an alt host privilege that's granted
Yeah.
to the people that have scheduling privilege. But
Yeah.
you can also set it up so that anybody in your account, like I've got 2 alt hosts who do share privileges, and then 3 who are just basic accounts. They're unlicensed. And if I set it to users not in your account, then people in my account don't have to go into the waiting room. They can just go straight into the meeting, regardless of whether they have scheduling privilege or not.
But these are really powerful options. I didn't realize they were here. That was my point.
And if you go down the app route, in the API, you can do a list of all the people that are in your main room, but you can also do a list of all the people in the waiting room. So you could programmatically decide on people coming into the room or not. It's one of the things I want to try and extend with my my breakout room app, to be able to create another set of groups of levels of people, and then based on those group levels, being able to send them to various places or let them in various ways.
Right. So, John, when you're playing around with the breakout room app that you've currently made, did you happen to see if there was something from the waiting room to a breakout room in there, or is that what you're looking right now?
No, I didn't look for that actual command. I must have a look for that, see if that actual command's in the API yet. That's a good mention.
Because that would be ideal too, that the variation of your app actually could then function not only for that, but it could also be a variation of if this person maybe is not an attendee that was on your list initially, then you could throw them into insert name jail here of event, and then have a co-host sit in there going, hi, how did you, and to do a proper introduction, sort of equivalent to on the Zoom event, Zoom sessions side of doing like a lobby where you have a meet and greeter, some sort of greeter of sorts.
Yeah, I specifically want to do that for Toastmasters, but I know that any online meeting group would like it, so that I can have a list of who are the regular attendees and let them straight in. And those people that are not known come in through another method, shall we say.
Yep, that would be very useful for me for the Zoom test kitchen, 100%. That I could actually have our regulars automatically go into the meeting, and that I don't have to police everybody that comes in. Absolutely. And then the infamous bombers that may have figured out what our ID and password are, don't actually go into there, and they go into our infamous Zoom Test Kitchen Jail, which I just renamed our room to, by the way, panelists, if you're curious. That was me doing that.
Okay, well, I'm going to be a while playing with this, so if you want to talk about something else while I'm playing around before I can give you my report, then please do.
Will do, John. Okay. So I'll throw it out there to the YouTube audience again. If you guys have any questions while John is doing his research on waiting room to breakout room, let us know in chat and we can discuss it. We've got Ray here, we got Robert here, Roland's joined us, Frank's still here as well. So if you have any questions for us in chat, let us know and we will answer them. Do prompt. So Robert, any other issues that you ran into this week that you want us to dive into? Oh, you're actually, yes, I want to talk to you about meters, your meter situation.
I know something went well. I've given up on WLM meters because once I upgraded my Mac OS, they stopped working properly. So a bit like Hasmux. Well, I don't know what's happened to Hasmux now because his are usually very, very stable. But I know David's having the same problem. So I moved across to those other meters that I showed you earlier on, which are called, and I must look up the name because I can never remember the name.
Uline.
Uline, that's right, Uline. And I really like them for one reason, is that these meters give you a momentary peak and then the long-term LUFS in the middle, the top left, in the top middle. However, they are just numbers, while the Uline meters show you a graph over time, how it's changing. So you can actually see what's happening to the, thank you, Hasmak. You can actually see what's happening over time and just see the average for that person as that person speaks, which I find more useful. On these ones, in the WLM, I've never seen the long-term LUFS change. And I don't know if that's why that is. Maybe you know, Hasmak?
I think Hasmak is still with us, but we'll see if Hasmak can come on. I know he was saying that he was going to bed, but I think magically he's the one that restarted the meters. So we'll see if Hasmak can join us and ask that. You might have to ask that again, Robert. So I'll give you a heads up on that too, so that Hasmak understands your question.
Yeah, on the WLM meters, at the top, you've got the short term, long term, and the range. The short term changes because that gives you the momentary instance. It's the moment in time now. In fact, I'm coming in too hot, so I'm going to drop my level down slightly. And the middle is the long term, which I'd imagine would be giving an average over a certain period of time. But I don't see that changing ever. So I'm not sure that that's actually giving us any useful information.
Well, over the course of 2.5 hours, the average, you have to make a really big change for that average if it is going to use a long term. Try looking at that at the beginning of a meeting and seeing how the long term changes at that point.
Yeah, so I guess this is the average for everyone speaking throughout the meeting.
Yeah.
So okay.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, so Hasmuth is letting us know that he's not available right now to join us, but I don't know if you'll be able to let us know in chat what an answer to your question, Robert. But I'll relay that if Hasmuth does actually put that up there. Okay. All right, let me ask Frank a question. Frank, if you're available there, do you see anything on the release notes for Monday that we should target before finishing up today? Is there anything of encouragement that you might find interesting that the community should know about?
I don't know.
And if so, I can pull up the release notes as well.
Well, we already talked about the app update experience with auto update enrollment.
Frank, I think you got your mic up.
I do. You're right. Sorry. I was having a snack. The enhancements to the app update experience with auto update enrollment. Are you showing the notes?
I can. Yep. Momentarily. Just give me a sec here. All right. And there. And here I come. There we go. I
Okay.
will
So I'm
start
at the
up.
section about enhancements to app update experience.
Okay. Yeah. And
It's
you
about
should
4 or
see-
5 down.
All right. Ah, yes. Yeah. Just give me a second. I have to behave myself here now. And just to let everybody know too, they are letting us know that status.zoom.us, which is where I post a lot of the breaking news information. If I do find some information that is live in our Discord channel, I usually get that from status.zoom.us, but that is now changing it to a new domain called zoomstatus.com.
The
As
main
of-
purpose of that page, though, is to tell you about outages and past outages, current outages and past outages.
Yeah. And again, if it's specific to the Zoom Test Kitchen community, specifically, I posted in there before when I saw that there was an outage with YouTube. So I had mentioned that in there so that everybody knew that if they were using Zoom to broadcast to YouTube as an example. Okay, Frank, that was the Quest related.
No, pass that.
All right, getting down there in the general features.
Enhancements to app update experience with auto update enrollment. We already kind of talked about it, but it's kind of important.
Yeah, is that in the general features or meeting features?
Newer and enhanced is general. Yeah, general. Sorry,
General, yeah, okay.
it's one after the Quest.
One after the Quest. There we go. Okay. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. All right. So for Windows, Mac, and
I don't know how this will manifest. Like until they release it, I don't know what it's going to look like. But it's going to highlight required updates. You
Okay.
can enroll in automatic updates, which I think you could do earlier.
And
Simpler
that-
simpler update process help ensure users have access to the latest features.
right. So is this playing with this? How does this work in conjunction with the minimum version?
Well, the minimum version would trump this in the fact that if you tried to join a meeting and you weren't at a minimum required version, you would get prompted to do that. But this is more about ongoing incremental updates, I would say. If you're a person who likes to, be on the bleeding edge or close to the most current release.
Right. Okay.
I'm hoping it makes a lot of people struggle with the updates. I'm hoping it makes it easier, and hopefully it will give people the ability to suspend an update till their current meeting's over or whatever,
I have seen in the past that I've been in a meeting and the auto was turned on one of my test machines to auto update, and I was prompted to update, but I was not told to leave the meeting.
Right.
I was told that there was an update, and it was pushed obviously by Zoom.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone kicked out of a meeting once they're in the meeting, but what I have seen is a lot of people showing up to join a meeting 30 seconds before the meeting starts, and then the Zoom client forces them to do the update, and they're mad because now they're late for the meeting.
Wow. Okay. No, I haven't seen that.
Oh,
nor heard about
I've seen that complaint a lot.
So that's been in the community then.
Yeah, even where I work too. But what I do is when I turn my computer on in the morning, first thing I do is open Zoom and check for updates. Even though I know most of them happen on Monday mornings, I just do it. And it usually takes less than 45 seconds to do the update and install it. And that way, if I have a meeting at 9:00, I don't have to think about it. My computer's up to date. But I know for some people, updates are, if it's a production machine in a, that kind of situation, you don't want to be on the current version because you don't know what bugs the current version may have. So, it depends on your needs and your situation. But I'm just highlighting that this could be useful if they've made it better. I don't know till we see it.
Right. And Robert is the perfect case, and we always pick on Robert for not being at the latest and greatest version of the app, but would this help Robert
It might help him in the sense that a lot of the people who go to join his meetings may not be very good at Zoom or use them very often, and maybe it'll help them, so that Robert doesn't get tech support calls saying I can't join the meeting or whatever. I don't know what to do. I don't till we see it. I don't know how it's going to manifest, but the potential's there for it to make it a more elegant thing for everybody.
Yeah, Robert, your thoughts?
This will only apply if someone has the auto update switched on, correct?
Yeah, but I mean, depending on how you get your Zoom, whether you're paying for it yourself or if you're part of an organization, where I am, I can force people to do different things, and they don't have a choice in the matter. So it just depends if you have an administrator looking after a whole bunch of Zoom users on a corporate network or something, right?
True.
I don't know. Maybe other people have strong opinions about these notes. Meeting features, personalized audio. David already did the personalized audio isolation on iPads. We'll see. I hope that works, makes it easier for people. A lot of people, I see Zoom getting a lot of blame for people who don't know how their operating system works on any platform, and they don't know that Zoom leverages what your operating system gives you in terms of video or audio features. And a lot of people have no idea how to manipulate their system audio.
Yeah. My rule of thumb on that is, and I'll just come back from the notes for a second on that, is that knowing that a lot of the Zoom Marketplace app, sorry, let me do this again. Zoom again with all the different names. I got to do this. Got to keep this right in my head here. With the Zoom Workplace app, not to be confused with a Marketplace app that can go into the Workplace app. The Zoom Workplace app can and should be treated as if it is a web browser. And the reason I say that is because a lot of the back end of the Zoom Workplace app is using the local capabilities of your web browser. And should the capability of your web browser not be functional in the regards of video and audio specifically, then you potentially may run into a little bit of difficulty already. Go ahead, Roland.
No, my hand is for another question when you finish this topic.
Oh, okay, sure. But so that was my rule of thumb. Sure. I know that a lot of my employees, I have them double check their Chrome as an example, or their Edge in the Windows world, because again, what I know from the Windows world, that if I look right now to see what Zoom is utilizing in the background, they're actually utilizing Edge View. I mean, just
John often tells us about that sort of thing too, right?
Correct. Yeah, and again, basically the actual process name right now, and I'm just looking through it quickly, is Zoom. Where are you? You're in the list here. That's the Zoom sharing. Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking up the Windows processes currently running, and where are you hiding? Yeah, I believe, and John, correct me if I'm wrong, if you can still hear us. I know you're still looking up things, but yeah, there it is. So it's using what is called WebView, and WebView is looking to what the current operating system that you're using, and it's bringing in I don't want to use, I guess, SDK, but that's pushing it and saying it's an SDK because it's not really. It's sort of, it's in this case in Windows, because Edge is based on Chromium, and of course Chrome is based on Chromium. They are both using the Chromium engines to make anything. Again, I'm talking Windows side for the Windows version of the Workplace app. So I'll go back to the notes here quickly. Frank, anything else that you see?
Sorry, answer his question. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead,
can I just go back to that? Are you saying that it's the Workplace app uses Chromium on Windows, not the default browser itself, but the engine below the browser?
Correct. That's correct. It's not using, Correct. Let me just make sure that everybody on YouTube understands what Robert just said there. So it's not actually opening up. Well, again, unless you open up the meeting in the browser, that's a different scenario, right? So we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about using the vanilla Zoom Workplace app, the engine in the background of the Workplace app. And again, Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm saying anything wrong here. It's actually using the web view. Specifically for Windows right now, it's using WebView 2. And WebView 2 engine is based off of Chromium, which Edge is also based off of Chromium. In case anybody didn't know that, that is true. When they switched many months ago, when Edge was the classic Edge and they went over to the new Edge, it was using the Chromium engine in the back. And of course, Google Chrome has always used Chromium in the background. They've always been the cleaner, nicer version of the development arm, which is Chromium.
And the WebView 2 as an object in Visual Studio gives you an API that you can call and do many things to that. It's one of the things I'm actually working on right now. What I've been doing for some time is when a new release comes out, I go in and screen scrape from release notes at the top all the way to the bottom, put it in a Word document, and then I do a compare against the last release notes and come up with the differences so I can see anything that's snuck in. And I'm actually looking at a way to automate that, and I'm using the WebView 2 object to accomplish most, the web side of that, and then I have to deal with working with Word.
Right. So
Ray, if you had a conversation with a Chat GPT type tool, it would probably be able to create you some code to do it for you.
Oh, I've relied heavily, because my experience in that particular area is way limited. In fact, I started out with the web browser object in Visual Studio, which is like, I don't know, AOL days or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it probably was based on the original Edge too, for that matter, right? But just want to, for Frank's sake. So, Frank, is there any other to go back to the new features next week?
Well, there's a whole bunch, but I mean, Roland's been waiting, so I defer to him and what he wanted to ask you.
Yeah, of course, Roland. Let's do it. What was the issue this week?
Well, it wasn't an issue, but it's a question that I heard on another program, Office Hours, about the Windows Zoom installer for IT professional. I think it's called
MSI.
Right. Yeah, the MS. Yeah.
And a person was having a problem where they said they were trying to set the settings to force, what was it now? Sound for musicians to be always on, and it wasn't happening. So I think the answer that was given was wrong, but I watched the video. I wasn't on there when they were doing it, so I just want your guys' take on that for correction. What can it be done using that installer? Is it that one of the permissions that it can't? And then explain what can
you can't. It's not possible. The main reason for that is it's never enabled. So even when you enable it, whenever you enable it, you still have to turn it on to make it work.
And to jump in a little bit, you have to enable it, which allows it to be visible up in your upper right-hand corner, and then you can turn it on. And the reason for that, Roland, is that the bandwidth requirement once you go to Zoom, from original sound for musicians, uses 3 to 5 times more bandwidth for everybody participating in the session. And so the idea is, we want to turn that on when we really need it, but when you don't need it, why use up the extra bandwidth?
Sorry, Ray, just jumping back. When you said 2 to 3 times, that is audio bandwidth or bandwidth overall?
Audio bandwidth jumps from, I can't remember the exact numbers, something like
I just wanted the clarification.
8 to 40.
Okay, I understand. All right, just wanted to say. So it is that that installer can set the option, but it can't turn it on.
It can enable. Yes, correct.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
I mean,
and
I
Roland,
heard a lot of other answers which I figured wasn't quite right, but I just wanted to come to the professional, the Zoom professional.
that's right. Yeah, so yeah, go ahead,
To get
Robert.
there.
Then I got a comment about this. Go ahead.
Yeah, Ray, did I understand you correctly? If one person in the meeting switches on the option for audio for musicians, that takes up 2 to 3 times bandwidth on the audio for each and every user.
Well, from your device to their device, because you are broadcasting either stereo or enhanced audio, and that takes up the extra bandwidth. So the audio from you to Mike wouldn't increase, but if I turned it on, the audio from me to you and to everybody else to whom my audio was going would increase.
So theoretically, if someone, a speaker on a meeting, is having bandwidth problems, we can just make sure that no other speaker, for example, in a webinar, has that option switched on.
There's also a maximum number of users that can use it concurrently. I think it's 5 or something.
Well, for one of the reasons is that Zoom also doesn't transmit audio. If we've got 50 people in the room and they're all speaking at one time, you're not going to get 50 audio streams. You're going to get up to 5 audio streams. That's the real limitation. So yes, only 5 people would be actually feeding that at any one time. Yeah, I think that's.
But if you've got
the
sound
actual...
for your musicians, you've got sound being transmitted all the time. If you've got conversation, then every time there's a pause between words, there's nothing being transmitted. Whereas when you've got audio coming from musicians, it's going to be transmitting all the time. So it's like comparing, I suppose, a photo which changes once every 5 seconds to a video which is constantly running and constantly sending data, but it's audio instead of video.
Yeah, so Frank had found us the link, and I ended up putting that in the YouTube chat, and I'll show you guys here briefly some of the different commands that should you want to deploy this. As we scroll down here, you will see you'll need to be having the MSI version of the desktop app, and that would need to be downloadable. And of course, you just get that, you have your different versions there. So again, that would go through, you'd have to do that through the Zoom admin download page, and that's not the regular. So I'll click on that. And there you go. So there you see where you download the actual MSI for Windows. So that's the one that we're talking about specifically. And here's the different priority settings that, again, if you're involved in doing anything within the Windows registry, you start playing with your HKey current users or your HKey local machine. That's where these functionalities will get in there. And here's what Roland is talking about. We're talking about the different command line deployment options that we're talking about. And again, where these are located within the Windows registry is specifically right here. Okay, and here's some of the basic ones that we're talking about. And unfortunately, some of the page right now, I'll make it a little smaller for everybody because this page does not, there we go. Yeah, let me just go a little smaller. Sorry, everyone on YouTube, but I just want to make sure that everybody can see this. There we go. So basic install, that would be the command. Silent install, of course, that would not need any. Silent install is pretty much what we end up using if anybody is familiar on the Windows side using winget. This would be similar to the command that is used in the background for winget when you're doing an upgrade or an installation using winget. Wait until the progress meeting is over before installing. So again, that is similar to, I think, Frank, is that similar to what we're talking about, Frank, about during process in meeting?
I wasn't listening. Sorry, I'm reading. There's so many of them that I was looking for one that related to original sound. So I don't know because I don't know what you said.
Oh, sorry. No, I was talking about wait until in progress meeting is over before installing.
Yeah, that's further back in the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So this is, so that's a good thing. But again, if your administrator has not done this, then you might be interrupted in the meeting. So this would be again, reflag. That flag would be based on the is over before installing. Meeting is over before installing. Then you got no desktop shortcut. I would wish that Winget would actually add this extra functionality of the no desktop shortcut equals true, but they have not yet. That would be nice. The silent start, I could see that being interesting. And that is more of automatically start app in the system tray after reboot. Okay, so that would automatically, upon reboot of Windows, it would actually do it. It'd be part of your startup. And that is not a bad thing either, because many people sometimes enabled or disabled that, and all of a sudden they're like, how come Zoom's not working? SSO, again, that's related to SSO stuff. Disable advanced sharing service. Enable the remote control of all application using without the USC prompt. Okay, so again, depending on your use case, that would be disabled advanced sharing service, and that would be more to be able to enable the remote control of all applications functionality. Should you want to, again, certain firewalls, depending on the network administrators, they would want it to be on specific ports, and of course, then you would just have to choose your inbound and outbound in that regards. And here's another one too, is if that you have a little, give users the capability of being able to downgrade, and you want to take that away or not, that is the flag you would actually do at the end of that as well. And Frank, you were saying you were looking for the audio one, and I'm running out of one.
Yeah, there's so many in there. If you scroll far enough down, you get to the audio section.
All right. Yep. Getting
It's
there.
after the video section.
Okay. Yeah. Intune. Got the uninstall switches.
You can set the suppress background audio noise level. You can enable original sound for musicians.
Yeah, I went too far. Okay. I'll find it.
So there is a flag in the MSI installer to enable original sound. But I think John's right. Even if you enable it, there's still a second toggle that the user has to turn on and off in the Zoom client to actually engage or disengage it.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So we're in the network. Yeah. I'm just scrolling through here. Authentication.
Just keep going until you get to audio.
Yeah.
It's the blue highlighted ones are the topics or the sections.
So there's the video. So there's video related.
It's the next one.
Okay. There we go.
And then there's one for enable original sound.
Right there. Yeah. So there's a parameter there, and that looks like, oh, and then it's just, okay, so it's a Z recommend command. So if you look, and I will scroll up temporarily here to up here, I think there was Z command. Did they have a Z command one up here? So basically it'd be in the structure of, you would actually put it in after you do the log, you would do your Z command equals then X is how you'd actually add that in there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there it is right here. So you can see, so there's your auto, that's related to auto adjust equals 1. I'll actually go back because I can actually bring this up a little bigger now.
I think we answered the question.
And then you would just replace it with the Z recommend, and then you would do that variable equals 0 or 1.
And Mike, just to be completely sure what you're talking about, this is a tool that is available for the IT admin person who's responsible for the Microsoft network, not for the owner of the Zoom account, correct?
Correct. Well, again, it can be, let me just cut over here. So it can be a local user that does it themselves as well. If they wanted, when they did the initial installation, they wanted certain things to be turned on and off locally. It can be done that way because you'd have to do, everybody has access to that MSI EXEC command. but you would have to make sure that you do everything properly. And then when everything updates, you would have to do that. So it can be done at a local level. The user can do it that way, but this has majority been used over the years, if not decades, for people that are in an Active Directory type of environment or large corporation environment where they're deploying Zoom in this case to hundreds, if not thousands. In Frank's,
but it's important to say it's not MSI is not just for Zoom. It's for any payload like application or system variables that you want to enforce on company-wide computer system, and it can be delivered either, I think, locally through, let's say a USB stick or command line, but you can also push it over a network. So if all your computers are on the network and you don't want to go to every single room and turn every computer on and do this one by one, you can push this over the network and say, for any particular piece of software on that computer, this is how I want restrictions or settings enabled or disabled.
Yeah. So when
typically
how long has Zoom been around?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Roland, go ahead first.
How long has Zoom been around?
How long has Zoom been around?
I was using it for 3 or 4 years before the pandemic, but I think it was before that even.
Yeah, when I was doing.
What I asked is, Mike was saying decades, so I'm just trying to.
Oh, you're really showing. You want me to show my age of how long have I been using Zoom? Okay, so my official answer would be the old show. If anybody does know me from the many years ago, I was on the World of Live streaming show, and that was entirely done on Zoom, and that was a couple decades ago now.
Zoom was founded in 2011 in San Jose.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that was around 2012, 2013 when I was doing that with him. It was very, very early in the Zoom world where we were doing everything screen scraping. So the luxury of the 2020s of what we've been able to do in Zoom now within the last 5 years is nothing we had way back in the days when Eric came to visit us and said, "You guys want to try out my system instead of WebEx?" Mm-hmm. So yes, that Roland's bringing me back to my old days of doing stuff in that regards. But yes, I've been in the Zoom ecosystem with my account for that long. Yeah, I'm probably
One more tidbit.
Yep.
The Windows MSI installer came out August 31st, 1999. So it's been around a while.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, just a finer point on all of that. I was manager of technical services at University Medical Center down in Tucson from 1994 to 2001 or 2 or so, and hospitals and educational institutions and so forth, basically want to lock down their systems. They don't want anybody to be able to go in and mess up their systems. And one of the first things we typically do when we install something on a new computer is we run an MSI that turns off the user's ability to install any of their own software. And once you do that, how do you update anything? Well, you put in there these policies that say, if it comes from this place, let it slide. And so this is how people like Frank and so forth go. We're not letting you install whatever you want, and it's a good thing for them. To Mike's point, anybody can use this, but the reality is it's the big corporations that could not possibly update all of the computers with the amount of manpower they have if they had to go visit every one of them with a thumb drive and sit there and wait.
Right. And the one thing that I do want to add about these different flags or MSI options, as Zoom is calling it, they have to be built into the installer when they build the next version all the time. These variables, shall we call them options, MSI options, are built into the installer so that it knows that, oh, I got this option. I have to make sure I do this during the installation process. So that these are customized MSI options. These options won't work for any software. These options are very specific to Zoom, right? So I just don't want anybody to get confused.
Each piece of software has its own set of options. It's like APIs. Every everything that you access has its own set of APIs, and Zoom's got options, and Adobe's got options, and Microsoft's got options. Everybody gets an option.
You get an option, and you get an option, and everybody on YouTube gets an option, and you can do it too.
And I'm going to take advantage of my option, and it's midnight here, so I'm off to sleep. Thank you very much. Take care, guys.
Guy
All right,
Bye,
Robert.
Robert.
See you next week. Bye.
Take care, Robert. All right, John, what have you got for us?
Well, I think Ray's got an answer because he posted in the forums. I think somebody replied to him.
Ray, go
I
for
didn't
it.
see a reply yet. Oh, well.
Oh, is that what
okay.
that was? Oh. Is it one of the community people helping another person in the community? That's good of you, John. I'd like it to do
The
that.
community is such a supportive world. Oh, apparently, some guy did a video of it. There's the answer is a YouTube video about this whole subject.
Huh.
Would you believe it, eh? Would you believe it?
Johnny, is it shareable?
Oh yeah, it's shareable. It's a guy called Horde Zoom. Sounds like Horde Zoom.
no.
Lord Zoom. That's it. Yeah.
Lord Zoom. Yeah, we heard about
Yeah.
Lord Zoom this week on
Yeah,
Tony Mobley.
Boom with Lord Zoom. Yeah.
Yes,
Boom with the Lord Zoom channel.
Yes, that came up this week on Conversations with Tony Mobley. Tony Mobley.
Yeah.
Shout out to Tony Mobley. Yes. Excellent.
The only podcast I know where the host can name his product 50 times in one podcast.
That's true, because Tony Mobley's speaking now. Oh, because you're having a conversation with him. That's true.
Yeah.
Very true.
So the official answer is I don't believe it works in PMIs. And what you need to do, and you need to do it in the right order, because that's, I think, where people have problems. You need to create a set of breakout rooms. You need to open the breakout rooms. You don't have to allocate anybody to any rooms so that they don't have to go anywhere. You just set up some breakout rooms. You have your waiting room enabled, and a person comes into the waiting room. And when they come into the waiting room, they now appear in the breakout room box as an unassigned person in the breakout room box. You then find them in the unassigned list in the breakout room box and assign them to whichever breakout room you want to send them to. In our case, Zoom Test Kitchen Jail. So they are now assigned to that breakout room. When you now hit the admit button, which is a bit scary really, isn't it? When you know you're going to let a potential Zoom borrower in. But when you hit the admit button, because they've been assigned to a breakout room, they will automatically be sent straight to that breakout room. They never pass go. They never collect 200. They never go in the main room. And that's how it works. So if you wanted to admit people that you knew, you could just hit the admit button. If you want to admit people and put them into a breakout room so you can have a conversation and see who they are, you have to assign them to that breakout room before you admit them, and then it works. And that's the fun I've been having on the other machine.
And then if you find out they are a jerk, you can report them during the meeting if you have that function turned on, and Zoom will pursue them and punish them.
Yes, and Zoom may or may not know their hardware ID, which could include, and they've never told me this, so I can make it up, but I know what I would keep: the IP address, the MAC address of their network connection. There are certain, because this is a program, there are certain hardware identities you can grab as well. Any account that they are in or they have been in, all that information is available to Zoom. So if you think you can just drop on and Zoom bomb people and never get anything back, we can tell you, because I know there are other people here who have also seen it in the community forums, we can tell you there are people who come to the community forum and their entire machine has been blacklisted by Zoom because they've been reported too many times.
John, do you want to explain the video?
No, I just have.
Self-explanatory.
It's quite easy as long as you do it in order. That's what it is. It's if you do it in the wrong order, you've got to create the breakout rooms, open the breakout rooms. When somebody appears in the waiting room, you need to assign them to a breakout room, and then you let them in. And as soon as you let them in, they will automatically go into that breakout room. What you want to
Does
do,
the
make sure
assignment process, John, does the assignment process not let them out of the waiting room? You actually have to let them out of the waiting room?
you need to make sure that your breakout room rules are set so that they can't leave the room and they can't change the
Right.
room. So you need to lock down the breakout rooms options, but you can bring somebody, but it doesn't have to just be a Zoom bomber. If you were having a meeting and you had maybe multiple breakout rooms in the meeting, you can bring people from the waiting room straight into an open breakout room without them having to jump into the main room.
That would be good for parent-teacher interviews or something where, you had 10 parents you had to meet and you didn't want them talking to each other.
Yeah, definitely.
Or some scenario like that, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to work out all the permutations of what I can find out about people, working out the usage of the information so that you could pre-populate. You could, as you say, you could have a whole email address list of parents coming to a parents-teacher meeting, pre-register, take the pre-registration link, and then use the software somehow to put them all into the right breakout rooms. And then maybe you've got a schedule and they can shuffle and they can go to the next breakout room all automatically.
Yes, very powerful.
Cool.
I'm just showing
if
your
anyone
video.
thinks that's a really good idea, yes. So you can see that the.
Aren't you going to get a takedown using somebody's YouTube content that's on YouTube?
No, I don't think so. It's my YouTube.
Not for
It's my YouTube
purposes.
content.
Yeah, but our meeting YouTube doesn't know that this meeting that you're part of it, that you're the author and.
Well, I probably won't blacklist Zoom Test Kitchen if I get a
copyright
claim.
Residuals.
John would have to make a claim or say that his content can't be used.
Okay.
Once he doesn't do that, then you're good to go.
Well,
so we have to check what license John has set up.
Now you've got David over a barrel.
And it might affect his PMI, but so there we go. So joining room 1.
So you allocated them to the breakout room, and then you've admitted them, and they join straight into the breakout room. And then you can drop into I mean, if you're a co-host, you can drop in and out of breakout rooms as you like.
So we should start a new trend on the internet where people set up Zoom honeypots, like the white hackers, and when you come in and you do something bad, then we report you.
Yeah. And then I'm going to have that conversation with a friend of mine who's given me a demo account on Zoom, and I've just filled it out with Zoom bombers. But I'll have that conversation. That'll be interesting.
Alrighty, cool.
Well, good stuff. I'm going to have to run. I have some real work to do before the day's over.
It was good to see you. Some people are saying they hadn't seen you for a long while.
Yeah. I was going to make a quick check what the outside temperature here is in Phoenix. Just to report, 111 Fahrenheit, which is 43.9 Celsius. So having a hot day, guys. Good talking to you.
Don't take any eggs outside. Would be the official answer.
Well, you can cook them very easily out there. It can be done. I've seen it. Take care, guys.
Good to see you, Ray. All right. Let's throw this back at the YouTube audience if there's anybody that would like us to do some questions. So, that's the quarterly report again. I swear I'll fix it this time. There we go. If you have any questions for us, Ray has left us, but Mr. Paskin is still with us by the sounds of it, but he might be just watching remote. Frank's here, John's here. So if you have any questions, of course, Roland is here now too. Roland, so how was your week, Roland? Oh,
yeah,
Roland.
It was that good.
It must have been that quiet. It was that quiet every week, or Roland? Oh, John liked that one. Okay. So John, do you think so? When you did that quick little video, was that video you did that while we're live? That little demo video?
No, that demo video has been out since we previously announced it.
Oh, okay. Cool. So your thoughts on the adding the functionality. So again, you would have to within your app, you would have to, if there wasn't a breakout room made, you would have to make one, right? So that'd be A. Then B, you would have to then, which it sounds like you're getting pretty close to figuring out it through the API, the actual code to, if that person's in the waiting room, having some way or some list of the waiting room that comes into your app, and then you can assign if that person is good or not. Is that your thoughts?
Yes, but to make this really work usefully from the feedback I've got from people, then in as secure as way as possible, because we don't like accessing data if we don't have to have it, but you're going to have to in some way have a list of the people that are going to attend the meeting, the event, whatever it is. We can use session now, can't we? Because that's Zoom is relinquishing use of that word on Monday. When those people come in, you want to do things. You want to send them to a different breakout room. There are so many people giving now different permutations of how they use breakout rooms, and the pre-assignment that you can do with Zoom is okay, but it falls apart if you want to do multiple assignments. So if you want to do a parent-teacher evening and you want the people to go around 4 or 5 different teachers, there is no easy way at the moment that I can see with Zoom that you can do that, apart from asking them a poll question and then getting them to tell you which teacher they're going to see next, which doesn't seem to make sense. So I think we need to find a way to make that work and make it easy to work, but without using too much data. That's the trick, to get the information about the attendees, but without, by limiting as much as possible exactly what you learn about those attendees. Because if it's not secure and locked down, and I think you could possibly the best thing to do would be to run it in the app, so that you start the meeting maybe early, or you start the app, you tell it the meeting you're going to do, it then gets all the data, then you start the meeting and they get shuffled into their various rooms in however they're going to do it, and then the app closes. Because if you do it in that way, then the app never has to save the data to any other third party. So the data about the meeting will only ever be in the app of the person running it. So if a teacher's running it, it's in their Zoom. It never goes anywhere else. That could hopefully be a level that then Zoom can sign it off, so that people in education can use it without being concerned that people's data is going elsewhere. But
Right.
it's one of those apps that you really want to offload to Zoom. You want to create it and then give it to Zoom, so that no one can complain about who's looking after it, because it's given to Zoom. But we'll see. We'll see.
Right. Welcome,
But
Jan.
certainly there's lots of things you can do. And Jan's got much better things to talk about.
Jan, the
You would have
stockbroker.
no idea. Hey, boys, how's it going? I missed you.
Doing good. We missed you too, Jan. What's going on this week? Did you blow anything
Oh,
up?
well,
Tell us.
yeah, I did, as a matter of fact. I was doing my meeting yesterday, and I was doing it through Ecamm, and then all of a sudden, I was lagging in audio, and the camera started moving around, and and I couldn't share, so I ended up having to load the Zoom app and then log out of the Ecamm app, and then everything went back to normal.
Okay. Question number one will be, did you start the meeting in Ecamm or did you start the meeting in the workplace app?
Oh, Ecamm. I wanted to use Ecamm. I had shut everything down. The only thing that was running in the background was Chrome, because I had to do some, if I had anybody calling me up out or in the meeting wanting to do some research. Plus, I had some links I wanted to share. And then all of a sudden, I'm using this new camera called the Insta 360 Link. Have you seen that camera?
Yeah.
Pan, tilt, and zoom.
One or two.
Really cool. That's what I'm using right now. The
First
Link.
edition or second edition?
I think there's only one edition that I know of. This is the
I
Link.
think there's two.
No,
Did you buy it recently, Jan?
yeah, from Amazon. Bought it off of Amazon. And it's on sale, by the way. It went from 170. I'll tell you an interesting story. So I bought it for 179, and then now is Amazon Prime Days, right? So I went back up for whatever reason because I was going to put it up on my website as an affiliate to sell, and I saw that it dropped to 129. So jackety split, called up Amazon. I said, "Hey, what's the deal? $50." They said, "Well, what do you want to do?" I said, "Well, just give me a credit for $50." It says, "No, return the original one and buy the new one." And so I returned the old one and bought the new one. So
Okay,
it's
send it
brand
back
new.
again now, Jan. Can you send that one back again? OBSpot
It's
is
really
better.
clear. Say
OBSpot
again?
is better.
Yeah.
OBSpot.
Have you seen
And
the
I've got
Ozspot
both.
ones, John?
I have seen them, and the reason I went with this is because of Alex Lindsay. It's like I'm a complete devotee of anything he finds. Whatever he finds, I gotta own. It's like that. So there's that. And he's now
Yeah.
using this camera as in his kit to give out to people, for Zoom calls and Zoom meetings.
I wish he hadn't. It is a lot worse than OBSpot. It's a shame. There are better products out there than the Insta are, as Frank said, the Insta 360 and the Insta cameras have been around for a while, and they're not keeping up. They need. I'm not trying to. I'm trying to encourage them. They need to update their software. They are not as good. They are half a generation behind what everybody else is doing now. So I'm not surprised they're being cheap. Alex has chosen a good product there, but he could have done better.
Yeah. Well, I saw the odd spot because, whenever you buy something on Amazon, they always show you what the comparative products were. And I saw it, and, I felt like, hey, for the odd spot was more. I believe the odd spot was another $50, if I remember correctly. But the actual reviews that I looked at when I used Perplexity, they recommended the Link. It's the Instant 360 Link camera. Not the Instance 360. It's the Link. It's a different model.
But I believe there's an old version and a new version.
Well, I just got it, and it works really well. The picture is phenomenal. The tracking is a little bit off. The tracking is a little bit off when I use for tracking. And what happened was, and with Ecamm, you actually can control the camera. But what happened was, is I went like this. I bent down while in Ecamm. The tracking was off. It turned it back on, followed me over, and then when I came back, it stayed. And that was the beginning of the problems. And then I had the mic problems, and then I had the people couldn't share problems. And so that's when I got out of Ecamm and switched over to Zoom. So at one point I had two meetings running, one on Zoom, one on Ecamm, and then I shut off the Ecamm. And Fred, Fred, he's in the meetings, and he says that you guys have been saying that Ecamm is just not up to the SDK that it should be right now, based on the fact that Zoom is upgrading its software on such a regular basis.
Yeah, there are a lot of things that they could do to make it better. For one, they could probably now actually make it part of Zoom, so they wouldn't even have to have a separate app. So now our RTMS has come out, they should be looking at RTMS, which is a real-time media stream. So it's a bit like a Zoom ISO via APIs.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't need a Zoom ISO. You can get the video feed straight into a app in Zoom and run it inside the Workplace app.
Yeah, that would be much better. That would be, and
yeah,
also that would eliminate the delay.
And, yeah, exactly. And also the other thing about the Insta, which I believe is still true, is the Insta 360, you need to be running the Insta 360 software to use it, where the OBS bot cam, you can actually follow you with its own built-in intelligence. It doesn't need to be connected to a computer to follow you.
Okay, that would definitely be a difference, but you don't need you don't need the software. I'm not running the Insta360 software right now, right this second. It just focuses where I left it, and Ecamm you can't control it.
Yeah,
but you can't control it in Zoom. There might be an app that will allow me to. I didn't look.
Yeah, what you may want to do initially to see, Jan, if you're running into problems, again, Insta360 does rely, I don't know how heavily on the app, but again, it's probably not a bad thing to make sure that you have the app installed. Not that necessarily Ecamm needs it. And again, here's the other interesting situation is there too, depending on what SDK that they're using from Insta360 now, they might not be keeping up to date with that either, right? It's all a game of, if you're running the Insta360 software and they have an update and Ecamm hasn't updated that part of it, just like Ecamm has Zoom integration, but they haven't upgraded that because they haven't upgraded to the latest SDK, they're always going to be that revision behind, right?
Yeah.
So you might run into problems with, in this case, with the software communicating properly with the camera so that there's a proper link between that and your actual, in this case, I'm going to assume you're on a Mac, Jan.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that the Mac app that comes with the Insta360 is installed. And I would just run a meeting that way. See if you run into any problems first that way. Then go into Ecamm, have a meeting again. Should it be a test meeting with yourself or whatever, and do all kinds of things that you would need it to do in that meeting ahead of time, practice, so that then you'll be able to make sure that all the functionality that you'll need from your Insta360 is fully functional in any meeting that you go to using Ecamm.
Yeah. Well, I'm not even running the software right now. I'm just running Zoom, and there is no software running. There's no Insta360 software running at this moment in time on my computer at all whatsoever. But I have no control of pan, tilt, and zoom either at this point in time. It's just unless I want to tap on the camera. If you want to tap on the camera, I believe that will reset. Let me try it. Let me see. Yeah, there it goes. And by tapping on the camera, and then you can go, I think, like that to zoom it, but it didn't do anything. All it did was blink.
You have to have the software running in the background.
But the software is just average.
It doesn't have its own intelligence, whereas the OBSBot cam has its own intelligence.
Yeah, there's a difference. There's a difference between, again, I don't want to get into the different mechanisms of PTZ cameras, but in Insta360 situation is the software runs the camera. So basically it's a dub webcam until you have their software installed. So if Insta360 capabilities is an Ecamm, it's now sending the commands to your Insta360 for it actually to do something. And if that is not nice in the regards of permissions might be screwed up, versions might be screwed up, the camera doesn't understand that it should be talking to Ecamm. There might be and again, I don't want to get into the weeds of this, but there could be a protocol mismatch of some sort between Ecamm and the software. There could be some sort of wall of some sort between the two, that it could be that your Mac system could be blocking something for whatever reason. There could be many different little caveats that you run into. So that's why I'm saying if you can run the Insta360 with the Insta360 software in Zoom initially, and everything works peachy keen, then bring in Ecamm, not the other way around. Because if it works in regular Zoom first, then you can go into Ecamm and then assume going into Ecamm, you're assuming it'll work. Don't.
Well, yeah, they advertise that it will. They advertise that it will, but the difference is that I don't care about the software. I don't know how many people walk around and do this. I don't like that when the camera follows me. I like a steady, if I want to move, I'll move. I don't want the camera to move for me in the format of that what we're doing right now, because I find it super distracting, especially when the camera starts to want to zoom in on you while you're talking. I don't need a cameraman. I just
But
like
Jan,
what I
why
like.
did you buy a camera that has pan and tilt and zoom if you don't want a camera that has pan and tilt zoom? I could have suggested a whole load of cameras which have better quality and don't have those features, and therefore could save you more money.
Yeah, you know what? Because I have other cameras that are, and this one was so small, I liked it. And like I said, if Alex Lindsay has one, I got to have one too. That's all there is to it. So
Okay.
there you have
Okay.
it.
Okay. Well, if Alex Lindsay has one, I won't necessarily be buying one. I probably need to get him know him better, but that's
See,
fine. I
without the
mean,
software running,
he's at
it
least
does exactly what I want.
yeah. Well, at least what Alex is doing is he's trying to get all his followers to use exactly the same equipment. So if there are issues between various bits of equipment working, if he can encourage all his followers to use the same bit of kit, then at least he will only have to troubleshoot one combination of equipment and not lots of others. So that's not a bad thing to do. But
Yeah.
I have the Insta360, I have the Obspot, and I'm afraid the Insta360 doesn't get that much use.
Yeah. Remember, it's the Link, not the Insta360. There's two different cameras. It's the Link. It's the 360
Yes,
Insta
I have.
Link.
Yes, I
hold on.
have. Now I know what it is. I have the Insta360 that does the 360-degree photos. That's the reason why I got the Link, because I'd already seen the. Yeah, I've got that.
AI powered. It's the problem is that
Yeah, but it's only AI powered if the software is running. That's the only thing I'm trying to
I agree.
to make people because you use it, but just to make everybody who's watching this realize the clever things it does only works if the software is running, because it doesn't have an intelligence inside the box.
Right.
Whereas most PTZ cameras that Mike would sell you would have the intelligence inside the box. So you'd only need to plug in an HDMI or whatever you connection you want to the back, and the camera will do its follow you, tilts, whatever it can do, it does complete in the box. That's the mistake that's the thing that I'm concerned about with the Insta products, that they didn't put the intelligence in the camera. So it has to have the software running all the time. And that then limits it to do lots of other things, which is a shame because it is a good camera. But
the 4K,
I'm pretty sure that if we gave a mallet to Mike, he could probably smash the Insta and the Osbot together and tell us they came from the same factory. They probably do. They are suspiciously similar, although built slightly differently. But they probably come from the same factory, because China's an enormous place, but there only seems to be one version of any of this electronics made in one factory, and then everybody borrows it and puts it into their products. But
very, very true.
It's a nice it's a shame there are some other little tricks. Let's be fair on it. There are some other little tricks. You can give it presets, can't you? So in the software, you can set some presets. So although you say you don't move around much, maybe you've got a seat and then you go up and stand somewhere and whatever. And you can have presets to move it around from those presets. That's quite good. I've got the remote control for it as well. So I could just press the button and it will I think it will follow you around. And I think that's the one that you can put.
View. It's got a desk view. It's got
it does. And I think it was one of the first products to have the desk view, because it came out before the Osbot. So it will look down, and then of course, when you look straight down, you get this weird image. But what it does in software is it squashes that image back to a proper square image, so it looks correct.
Yeah. And also, it's got a whiteboard feature.
Yeah.
And it's got an overhead feature.
Yeah, you put some little markers up and it will then zoom into those markers and see the whiteboard. So it's quite a neat. But why, when they brought out the version 2, which you've got, why they didn't take all that tech and put it into the camera instead of leaving it the software, I don't know, because that to me would have made it a world beater.
That is what you're talking. I have no idea what this is. There's no instructions on what this thing is.
Okay. So what you need to do is you put them in the corners of your whiteboard, and that's what it looks for when it zooms into the whiteboard. It's really,
registration
it's really
marker.
weird. Yeah.
The camera software identifies that, and then it knows that that's a whiteboard.
No, it's
Yeah,
it's
and
packaged
it
really
treats
nice,
it.
but the Osbot I hear was really good too as well.
Yeah, it is. Again, the Osbot and the Insta360, as John was saying, was first. Then Osbot company developed themselves and looked at all the problems that Insta360 made. And Bob's your uncle. Now Osbot is the leader until that next company comes out with that next PTZ that's a webcam, not to be confused with the true and professional PTZ cameras that are used for broadcast.
Yeah.
But
Well, I
Jen, so
think it all comes down to
yeah,
it
go
all
ahead.
comes down to the firmware, the way that they develop their firmware. Eventually, if they could do it, then then the camera will be autonomous as well. But as of right now, their firmware is not allowing that. I'm using, like I said, I'm using this camera right now. It's autofocusing without any software. I'm only using Zoom, nothing else. So I'm not using their software. Their software, I don't even believe their software is running in the background at all. Let me see. Let me do activity monitor and see if anything is running from them. Activity monitor. Let's see here. We'll just do 360, and let's see if anything is running in the background at all in any way, shape, or form. Nope, nothing. Nope. Not using any memory, not using any CPU, and no network. So it's completely inactive in the background. No
Right.
It's not even just
So
dormant.
so basically the Mac operating system is just treating it like a regular webcam right now. And it's just bringing
Yep.
the audio. It's bringing in the video. It's not even bringing in the audio. Cool. So Jen, so what part of the Zoom when it came to this broke? So was it the Insta360 that caused Ecamm to go nuts, that caused Zoom to be a problem? Did you ever diagnose your problem?
Um, Actually, if I remember correctly, it was somebody trying to share a screen that they said they didn't have access to sharing their screen, and then I opened up some settings to see whether or not I had given them permission to share, which I had. And then when I went back, like I said, I went to the left to pick something up, and that's when the camera automatically moved. And then and at that same time, the level of my voice dropped as well. And that's when I didn't have a chance to fool around. I just said, I'm out of here. I'll be right back. And I just opened up Zoom, the Zoom client. And then once I was logged in at Zoom and in the meeting, I shut off Ecamm. I shut it down.
Cool. Jen, I'm wondering if you're running your Mac using Wi-Fi or if you're using Ethernet.
Ethernet.
Okay. And you're running it right now, your connection, because I'm noticing with you right now that you are stuttering a little bit, and Zoom is telling me that you're having bandwidth issues.
Right now, as of right now, I am on Wi-Fi right now. But for my meeting, I run it with let me shut off Wi-Fi. I'll be going for a second and then I'll put back on Ethernet. So my Wi-Fi is off, and now my Wi-Fi is off, and now I'm on and now I am on hardwire.
Yeah, I would definitely stick always to Ethernet because that could have been part of the problem too. The camera getting
No, my
locked.
show I'm always on hardwire, always on cable.
Hey, Jan, can you just bring your audio down a bit? You're really distorted, dude.
So so the situation is that so the Insta360 was functioning, but it got stuck in a certain location, and it only happened when you're having shared problems, and that was using the Ecamm Zoom client. You were able to go into the Ecamm Zoom client and allow for sharing. Again, I don't run Ecamm, so I don't know how limiting the client is as a host. I know that what other people will do is that they will actually run the Ecamm situation as more of a co-host than a host, and actually have a host come in using the regular workplace app, and have it on a separate PC beside them. I've done that using vMix to make sure that I have host over there. Should I have a problem with vMix, then I could always go back, and I'm always on that as host. So I will log in as a co-host out of vMix into using the Zoom integration. But I don't know if you have enough equipment to do that, or B, that you want to have that type of setup. So that would be a question to you as well.
All right. Two things. Number one, we'll start with the sharing. It turns out that the person who couldn't share was using corrupted software. He hadn't upgraded Zoom in 2 to 3 versions. And that was the problem, is that he was using an old version of Zoom, and it was completely his problem why he couldn't share. That was number one. Number two has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, I believe that Ecamm is good if you're doing 1 or 2 people in an interview situation that you want. But to use it just for the fun of using it, there's no reason. Zoom is just I prefer the only thing I need right now from Zoom or from Ecamm, which why I use Ecamm, is because I like the lower thirds that I could create with Ecamm. That's the only reason I use it in my meetings, because I let Zoom do all the other work. So the question is, like I remember John Idelson, what do you know? Hello, my brother. What's happening?
If I knew how to unmute, I just saw you were on, Jan. I thought I'd say hi, and I'm back in my real studio.
It looks great, man.
Well, it's a little weird, but I'm going to get there.
I love it. I see you've got an idea in the background there.
A bright idea. I always have bright ideas. Go on, carry on. Don't let me interrupt. I just also want to congratulate the other John in the room about a good show with Tony.
Thank you very much. I had great fun. Unfortunately, I didn't answer all the questions you had for me, and I'm apparently going to have to be dragged back to answer the rest of them.
He's pretty good at that. You're now on the hook for quite a few more shows, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see if I get myself centered better. There we go.
Yeah, go ahead, Frank.
I was just going to say, Jen, I noticed you've been popping in, which is great. David, who is sort of like the host of this, is really well versed at Ecamm, but he is always going to be gone at 5 o'clock on Fridays. If you ever want to ask Ecamm questions, try to get here before 5, and David will answer whatever you want. But he's not going to be here if you show up at 5:30 or 6 o'clock, right?
Right. Yeah, he's got to go to work.
So, Jan, the question is, what is it you like particularly about the lower thirds that you get in Ecamm? Because you could use Mimo Live and have Zoom built into it, and it can do very fancy lower thirds. There's a new product called Boom that just came out. What an interesting name, Boom Zoom. And they have a nice lower third. And then there's, what is it, PCX graphics in the Zoom marketplace?
And don't forget H2R as well.
H2R, yeah. So there are lots of ways of getting lower thirds in that are less heavyweight than going to OBS or Ecamm.
Right. Well, I own Boom because I have a setup app, and that comes free with setup. But I think that's I don't like it unless they've really made some major changes. It seems that the video is a little bit fuzzy, and the other problem that I find with all of the other clients is the microphone delay. That you have to set up you have to set it up so that you're when you go like that, it's synced. And that is a difficult problem. And even if you do some research with Ecamm, you'll see that Adrian has a video on that aspect of it.
Jan, these apps that we've just talked about don't run on Ecamm. They don't run on any software anyway. They run in the box We Are Here. So you don't have to muck around with video. You don't have to muck around with audio because they overlay the text into the windows that we're in now.
Oh yeah,
That's
yeah,
what these new apps do. So that completely negates the need for all these other pieces of external software, and it means all the software you're adding does is add graphics of lower thirds. And here's a scoop for you, Zoom Test Kitchen. I understand there's going to be an explosion of these types of apps over the next 6 months to a year, because I understand that somebody's going to spill the beans on how easy it is to produce them, and that will encourage a lot of developers to start bringing out other versions. But you didn't hear that from me.
Yes, well.
So it's always interesting to see how people want to use lower thirds, because when that person does this release, I might tell them that they should add those ideas to it as well.
Yeah. Also, there's another app, Camo, that I have that I also use when I'm using my iCam. My iPhone is the cam as well. Camo's, but nothing does it. Nothing. I haven't been able to create the kind of lower thirds that I like with anything else other than Ecamm so far. But I tried that. What was the other app that I tried? I think you mentioned it, John.
Boom. Well,
called?
there's a boom app, but the one that used to be called HHMM, that's now something on air. There's quite a few players in this space. And John, you're right. The API is getting more opened up, and so you're going to see those things built directly into the client.
Yeah, SPX Graphics is one of the ones.
Yeah, that's the one I originally used, but I felt it was
Zoom
limited.
There is Streamer Live that allows you to do some things. There's the H2R. These are all in the these are all proper apps inside the Zoom Apps Marketplace, so you can go and have a look at them. There's a teleprompter one from Pitch Hub, which is actually using some of the new functions that the others haven't yet caught up with. SPX already mentioned. I was just scanning through the list of apps to try and find. Prezi is another one that's there that does it. There's a whole load of them, and hopefully there'll be more, because there are so many different variations on what you can do with graphics and lower thirds that none of them are going to come up with all the answers, but hopefully they'll come up with most of the answers between them. But yeah, and then of course those things, if you use any of those, you don't have to worry about the video, because you're doing it in the window of Zoom you have already.
Yeah. And I find that's the best way to do it, unless you're hosting a show where you want to be in control and have a switcher so that you can switch in with graphics and other things, and and comments. And I mean, that would be a great thing for Zoom to introduce, so that you could pull the comments into a window as well. I don't know if they do that yet.
Yeah, you can.
There's quite a few people who do that, and even not only comments, but polls, stream alive. And
don't forget that Zoom are bringing out their own production app soon. They won't tell us when it's going to turn up, because people are playing with it and doing examples of how it would be used, but that's imminent. And that again allows you to do graphics, allows you to take the poll answers and turn them into pretty pictures, and also allows you to take chat and display it on the screen as well. And that's by Zoom themselves. By the team, by the Liminal team.
Yeah, I think once they do that, it'll Sherlock all the other apps. Once Zoom does that.
Well, the main reasoning that they do all these apps, Jen, and this is important to understand, and this is something that Zoom tells everybody as well, is that the liminal apps and the Zoom apps that they make is to show as examples for other companies to then use those same functionality within their apps or their production gear. In this case, for the Zoom Test Kitchen community, a lot of the video production software like vMix, Ecamm, etc., for them to integrate into their software, so that you're not running 5 apps to do one thing, where it's all built into Ecamm. As long as you've got enough resources, again, being in a software-based video switcher, again, you're based on the limitation of that physical PC or in your case Mac. So you always have to take that in consideration that you've only got so much horsepower under there. But if you're starting to use if you're starting to use hardware video switchers, then then that's where people find that limiting, because you're limited then on the hardware function or features built in the hardware. So it's a catch-22 in that regards, right? But again, you'll find more reliability on the hardware side. You might not necessarily find the reliability on the software side, and you have to take that into consideration of what type of event you're doing and what type of, in this case, what type of meeting you're dealing with and what functionality you want in it.
Yeah, I agree.
Very cool. So the Zoom problem that you had, Jen, then basically it was related to Ecamm, and it sounds like Ecamm might be even too much for a lot of the meetings that you're using it for right now. And you just want some simple potential marketplace app to remove yourself from Ecamm and actually just use a marketplace app to put up a lower third, to put up your name, to be able to tweak small things within the Zoom workplace app so that you can get the job, quote unquote, the job done.
Yep. That's it. I'm more, when something like that happens, like what happened yesterday, it really puts the fear of failure into your mind, saying, how can I trust Ecamm again? How can I do that? I can't.
Very, very true. Very, very true. And again, I was going to say, welcome to the world of video production. But if you're not fully in the world of video production, this is the, shall we call it you will hit it. And when you hit it and it's bad, this is what you're learning, right? So it's like, if you didn't pay that extra couple $100 for that better microphone instead of the lower end microphone, you'll know it, because you'll have that, in the production world, we'll have that client complain, right? And again, it makes you look as a professional to be very unprofessional, right? And that's why we do our best here at the Zoom Kitchen too, to make you look professional and act professional when you're there, especially if you have clients that are paying you X amount of dollars. You don't want to be falling apart in front of them going, oh, sorry, it was Ecamm's fault. The client doesn't care. Yeah. That's your tool. You chose that tool. You're relying on that tool. If the tool is going to fail you, the ultimate onus ends up being on you, right?
Yeah.
So this is where, even from my end, unless I really need vMix being on a PC, I will use vMix. I would rather push everything to hardware first. And then if I need that extra capability or that extra feature that I can't get on a hardware, then I'll go to a software video switcher and actually bring that software video switcher not as my main switcher, but as my switcher input into my hardware switcher. So my PC then becomes a video input into my hardware, so that I still have the reliability of my hardware being going out. And if vMix decides to throw up for whatever reason, this way or that way, then I don't have to worry anymore about that event going down, because now I've relied on vMix to keep me running. And again, I can give you that as a PC example. Again, in your case, this would be Ecamm or Mimo Live, or Wirecast is in the same boat. vMix is in the same boat. NewTek, to a point, is in the same boat. If you're using any of the NewTek related TriCaster gear, they are based on it's basically a PC that has software inside it. So all of them is software, and they're relying on Windows, even though you can't tell when it boots up. It's actually Windows in the background. So again, there's a lot of, so really, is a TriCaster a video switcher that is software? Yes. That they just hide it within their actual unit? Yes. I know I've used the older TriCasters, and they were a bit of a nightmare, because all it took was someone, I can give you an example, at a church that I was working at, they decided that it was good to have Office on the video switcher, on the TriCaster. Well, they did do an awesome job when I wanted to bring in PowerPoint presentations the next Sunday, because somebody thought that it was a good idea to put Office on it because they wanted to use it as a regular PC while they're in the control booth. so they could check their email and do Word and PowerPoint and such. Then the next Sunday, again, the TriCaster became useless to me because all the Microsoft Office bloat was installed in the background, and that machine was never made to be a Microsoft Office machine. And that'll just give you a quick example. And that's why I always say to people that are making their PC, or in your case, Mac, to be a video switcher, to designate that PC or Mac now as an appliance. What I mean by that is nothing else gets done on it. Nothing else gets installed on it. It is, in your case, Ecamm. It's now an Ecamm video switcher that so happens to be a Mac Mini. Right? And that's what it should be labeled as the Ecamm video switcher. It should never open email. It should not even necessarily even go to the internet. In this case, for Ecamm, of course, you're using the Zoom integration. So you want it to have internet connectivity. But people will get to the point of, if they're not using the Zoom integration or any Ethernet capabilities for vMix, they will actually take the vMix machine entirely offline too when they're using it, just so something Microsoft doesn't happen to it, or something Zoom doesn't call home for, that it needs to do this, that, or anything else to turn it on, to treat it vMix very much like a hardware video switcher.
Fortunately, I don't have that challenge. I sell sound equipment, I sell lighting equipment, I sell staging, and I sell video equipment. But as far as production, I only produce Jan Landy and Jan Landy and Friends, and that's it.
So you should be actually, Jen, you should actually be quite into Companion then, if you're selling a lot of that gear, because there's a lot of DMX capability in Companion. There's a lot of audio mixers that cannot be controlled by Companion. There's a lot of everything that you just actually mentioned that has Companion plugins in one form or another.
Well, I sell the hardware. I sell concert production equipment. That's my main goal. Soundbroker.com is what I own. I've been doing it now for going on 30 years. And, if you're not familiar with me, you just got to Google it. We're the leaders in the field of what we do. This is my hobby, not my avocation. Soundbroker is my avocation. That's what I do for a living. This is a hobby that I love doing. And I guess, when I stop doing Soundbroker, this is what I'm going to want to do, spend my life on YouTube.
Yeah.
My wife loves Facebook. I love YouTube. There you have it. Well, guys, it's 3:55 where I am. I got to get moving. Thank you so much for having me once again. I'm glad you were still in the room, when you came in. I appreciate it. And
and John showing
John,
his
I
lower
haven't seen
thirds
you in a
before
long time.
Yeah, and John showing off his lower thirds before you disappeared, Jen.
That's low. That's the bass lower thirds with boom. I would use a different font, different color. Says my local time and that. So
see, the thing is, though, and maybe it's just the way I'm seeing it, but Mike and Frank and John, if you look at, don't you see the difference in the quality of his video now by using Boom? And that's what I found with Boom, is that it just diminishes the quality of your 4K.
let me switch to the other. And so this is going with the boom lower thirds. And this is without it.
See the difference? In my imagination, how much crisper and clearer he is now.
Yeah, do that again, John.
Yeah, I'm noticing this too.
Look at his glasses. Look at his glasses. That's where you could see it the most in the 4K, or his crease around the collar.
Yep, I am noticing that.
Well, they're putting an overlay over top, right? So it's probably alpha keyed, but there's probably a bit of,
little. Let me go back.
It's another virtual camera in the loop, so it goes to a virtual camera, and the virtual camera adds the graphics,
does add a
and
little
then it
bit
gets
of
passed
haze.
on. Yeah,
and
it will add a bit of a
use,
delay as well. So
if you use the, like you were saying, John, if you use the Zoom apps, you don't have any of that.
Exactly.
And you don't have any of that in Mimo Live running Zoom in Mimo Live.
Yeah, but what is Oliver charging these days for that?
For you, Jan, such a deal. No, he's trying to get people to use it. Right now, it's being tested with a number of after-hours shows. Right now, he has pretty much a free version that an individual can use to do things. So his model now is getting as many people using it, and then if their company or somebody big who is making money from it, then he has a subscription fee. And it I'm not sure. I don't sell it, so I don't know, but I know it's maybe $700. Our cable system, I think, uses it with their soccer league, and they're paying $700 a year.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that every one of their staff members is running it on their machine for free. And I have a number of people using free versions, because what you want is perfectly capable to be done in the free version. All you want is a lower third. And Zoom's built in automatically.
Yeah. If you're the only person on your Zoom account, you can create 2 custom background effects that are basically lower thirds. They can be anything, and they're built right into Zoom. But if you need more than 2, then you can't do it.
Yeah.
You can add a whole number of video filters like this as well. So these.
Well, I'll tell you what I found the problem. And John, maybe you can maybe you can help me out on that. But the problem with SPX, why I stopped using it. When I started using it, it was sporadic. I put it on, it would disappear. Put it on, it would disappear. The other thing that I found is that it was very difficult to shut it on and off while I was in the middle of a Zoom meeting. I had to take my focus off of what I was doing and look elsewhere. Whereas with Ecamm, I've got my Stream Deck. I just hit a button. I don't have to take my eye off the camera. Did they change that?
So, I don't think SPX graphics supports Stream Deck. I think H2R though does. Here to Record, I think they've added the Stream Deck support.
Are you talking, Jen, again, just to make sure that we're clear for the Zoom Test Kitchen community, are we talking Stream Deck as an Elgato software or Stream Deck using BitFocus companion software?
Just as a push button, an on and off switch.
Here to Record, I believe, has got Stream Deck support.
Okay. So
any of these
Stream
apps should have Stream Deck support. Stream Deck support has become, like all the other apps, Stream Deck support has become a whole lot easier. I got an app doing the raise your hand thing in 4 hours. I created an app that could raise your hand and was controlled by a Stream Deck, and I did it in 4 hours. And I'm not a good programmer. I know a lot about Zoom, but I'm not a hardcore coder. I can't think in code. I need to work it all out, but I did it in 4 hours. So adding Stream Deck support has got a lot easier since the last developers kit that Elgato released. So all these apps that we've talked about, they should all have Stream Deck support. And that is the reason why our liminal heroes went to Elgato and gave them a good, proper working Stream Deck app for doing all the gestures and turning off your camera and your mic. And it's now free and available in the Stream Deck marketplace, in the Elgato marketplace. Yep. But again, there's a whole lot more you could do in that arena if you were a programmer. And if you were any owner of any of those apps, it's really easy to look. If I could do it in 4 hours, I'm sure they can knock it out in a day. So please, and as soon as a few of them start doing it, I hope they all do it, because I like competition in this area, because no one's ever going to be able to imagine all the different variations of lower thirds that everybody would want in every situation. I can look at the people that are in this room now, and I can think of completely different uses that you would all want for a lower thirds app. So there needs to be loads of them created. So let's see who comes up and who makes things work, and we've got a chance to test out the.
That's why we have the Zoom Test Kitchen. I love it.
The whole thing.
I love it. I feel very safe, even though it's being broadcast to YouTube. I figure only the diehards or watching it after a few minutes, and then especially when you're in 4 hours.
That's right. We're in officially 4 hour mode. Welcome to 4 hours. I should be like the broadcast guys going, yes, and welcome everybody. We're at the top of the hour. Thank you for joining us, and back to Jen. Okay.
Well, thanks, guys. All right, I'll see you all next week. Thanks for having me. I love it here. I love, I actually like every one of you. And what I like the most about all of you is how you're willing to give away your knowledge. I love it. And that's, you're my mentors, and I really
Sorry,
appreciate that.
hold on. Giveaway. Aren't you on the subscription list?
Yeah.
Mike, sort it out, will you?
Substack.
Get his card number on the way out.
Substack. Okay.
Take care, John.
All right. See you on Fans R Us, whatever it is.
Take care, John. Cool.
Okay.
So we were able to help him.
We have, and we've had a possible Zoom bomber. Who wants to go and check out if the Zoom bomber's okay or not?
Oh, did you? Okay.
I put him in jail.
Did you?
Yeah, suspicious name. Put him in jail. Do you want to go and see who it is, Mike?
All right. One moment, please. Back to everybody here. I'll be back.
I don't see any breakout rooms.
No, he's in the Zoom test kitchen jail breakout room.
Okay, so John, I can go in as
listed though.
No, that's because we've locked them down, Frank. So you can't see them and you can't use them.
Okay.
Therefore, they can't see them. They can't use them. They can stay in jail or they can leave.
All right.
But they can't do anything
so
else.
I'm going to go into jail. Help me back, John, if you don't see me after a while.
Okay. It only took me, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, Frank, to remember I'd done a video on how to do that operation and then go and watch my own video.
So many things going on. Who could remember anymore?
Oh, dear. That's terrible.
Well, I'm looking forward to the release on Monday if it comes out. I want to see how some of this stuff rolls out.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because it's probably going to be the last thing they do until they all start taking their holidays, and then we'll get another big release in September.
Yeah, education's a big market for them. If they release too much stuff in August, they're going to give everyone fits. It has to, or it's there for the taking. You just don't take it.
But it's sort of like Christmas and summertime, right?
It is. It is.
So, John, what time did you have to get on the air?
1 a.m.
Oh, that's not too bad.
That wasn't too bad.
Yeah,
I assumed it was West Coast time, and it was only East Coast time, so that was 2 hours better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say for me,
that was
the
okay.
middle of the night.
But
I'm finally back in my original studio.
Well, I'm liking the background.
Looks good.
That's very imaginative. Very cool.
Originally, this was just a converted bedroom with a green screen in the back that I did my university lectures from. And I still had to have it so that we could do an inflatable mattress when it was a guest room. And then during COVID, my son took an office over. And then we weren't sure how long he was going to be living here. That's when we painted the walls gray and, did nice lighting here. You could see nice shoulder lights there. And I've got,
do you have a gobo somewhere?
Yeah, that's what that is. It's a cute little gobo. And, you could get custom ones made. I could make it.
Yeah. We have a box full of them. All kinds of different ones.
It's sort of fun. And then if my apps are working, I don't know if they work. But let's see. Starts with a K. I have way too many apps on my phone. I haven't
I'm
got
sorry.
my.
I'm sorry,
my-
John. If it doesn't connect to a Stream Deck and I can't hit a button to make it work, I don't buy it anymore.
Well, this will eventually get hooked to that. Let's see if I can make this work. Are the lights on or off? Okay, now let me zoom out. There we go. Famous last words. That's not where it's supposed to be. I'm not full screen there. I mean, there we go. That's close.
That's
okay.
it. That is good.
So technically, I can switch all these lights to whatever color I want. He says not being able to do it.
I've got so many
There we go.
lights and they all use different interfaces. It's terrible.
Yeah, so they're
Oh, that's it. There we are. It's only going to take you 3 or 4 weeks to work out all the color combinations together.
that's
isn't it?
right. And then when my Alexa, which I don't call Alexa because you could tell it didn't respond, will be able to have scenes in here. So I'll just be able to, step in here and say scene X, and it should
Brilliant.
all pop up.
Brilliant.
But being a retired professor, there's, I'm like a greyhound dog where it hears the bell and starts to run, but it's been retired and it doesn't know it's not supposed to run anymore. I'm sort of the same thing. I'm a retired professor. I really don't need to set up a studio, but.
Oh, no, you do. Definitely do. I'm sure I can think of reasons for you. Don't worry.
Good. Well, if you could write them down so I could explain it to my wife for all the money I spend on this stuff.
Well, I spent 4 or 5 hours, I think it was, the middle of the week, playing around with motion capture because I thought these AIs are all looking, quite handsome. They're looking more handsome than me. So why not get mocap to create a 3D image of you and move that around instead?
So I don't know the next time they'll be showing it in Europe, but what was called the Google Starlight, but now is HP Poly Beam, which is their 3D projection, and it creates a lifelike avatar of you. Amazing. I saw it at the Infocom, and I was talking to the person outside the booth, and they said, step into the booth and your demonstration will start. So literally I was that far away from the person. I stepped into the booth. Next thing I know, that person's on the remote, and it's like she was standing just like she was 30 seconds before in front of me. It was amazing. It has 6 cameras. It has this non-3D glasses, so it's a lens that you look through, or the screen that you look through that's a lens, and it does eye tracking on both eyes, so it's sending the image. So one of the effects they do is, like in 3D, it used to be that people would blow up a balloon and you would see, well, this when they hand somebody an apple, they go forward with it and you look like you could grab it and touch it. So who knows what these things will be like in the not too distant future.
I was looking at the Rococo products they were, and they have a webcam on a like a boom comes on your head, and it just scans your face and will then superimpose your face on top of any character you want, and it will just facially copy it, either to record it to make some animation, or it'll do it live.
Well,
I would like to welcome Hershey Bar, who has done a very good job for us today, because Hershey Bar has been our volunteer to test out our system of catching Zoom bombers.
Thank you.
And did a very good job as well.
Zoom bomber, but this is my channel's
you tested
name.
the system and he did a very good job. So thank you for that.
And you can't leave you can't do anything until you leave to come back in. So that works.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And, look forward for the development next week. Thank you. Sorry.
So I will fully explain what the whole situation was. So I went in there and And Hershey, you could actually explain this a little more. How
Sure.
you did that?
So for our Zoom test kitchen folks that are watching, I'm actually visually impaired. So I have vision loss, and whenever you enter a Zoom meeting to any meeting, you'll be prompted with either turning on your audio and camera, depending on the meeting. And in that process, you're not able to change your name. So when I was put into the jail, so to speak, I then was able to change my name to my real name, Harsha Trivedi. And therefore, when someone came into the room, they were able to, hey, that's Harsha. That's not no Hershey Bar Zoom Bomber guy. So that's exactly what happened. But this is my paid Zoom account. And so figured just to say hello and awesome work, John, on Conversations with Tony Mobley.
Thank you very much. And you are correct. There is a I never like to say that Zoom get anything wrong. Let's just say there's a procedural problem that you go into the waiting room and there's all little things in there saying you should change your name, and you can't. You have to change your name the stage before you come in. And yes, well, Zoom
Super
engineers, I'm sure, are going to get it
reader,
right.
Because the screen reader says,
might,
oh, yeah, change your name. Wait, where do I change my name?
Yeah. And you have to leave to change your name or come into the. But yeah, if you've got a meeting and you've got a lot of guests coming in, you don't know who the guests are. Yeah, I think it's a great way to drop them into a breakout room, because you can carry on using the normal room for normal uses, and then you can drop those guests into a breakout room, and then you can prep them and teach them or kick them or whatever, whatever there's needed for who they are. And then Mike doesn't realize it, but Mike could have actually brought you into the main room himself.
Oh, I didn't know.
But I didn't mention that to him, which I should have done.
In that process, whoever is co-host or host then has ability to bring whomever that is put into the breakout?
Yes, because the breakout room rules are set so that you can't do anything, but any host or co-host can actually assign you to different places and therefore bring you back to the main room or elsewhere. You said worrying now that maybe you got it wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's exactly what you do.
Okay, because I said to her, as far as I knew, I couldn't do it, but that's, again, I am host, so I didn't realize that I could do that. John wasn't privy enough to give me that before we actually had this Hershey bar trying to spam us today and wanted to be number 7 today wanted to be number 7 on the list today. So no.
So I'm going to take complete and utter advantage of this. I'm going to take your disadvantage, Hershey, as an advantage.
Cheers.
So we were talking a lot about translations and transcripts and things. So is there anything that you can access to see or to get information back from the captions or transcripts? Is there anything you have that's access to those?
I don't know how to land my screen reader, so I use a screen reader called JAWS, Job Access with Speech on Windows. And so I'm not sure how to focus up there. Maybe a F6 would make my focus move into the captioning. I see I could change language. I've seen those little tidbits up in the little bar next to the mute and view buttons. But nothing that really shows me that or takes me to the transcript bit, especially using a screen reader. So that part on the captioning or transcription, if you have different languages, like Mr. Robert Sababadi will sometimes have different translations and stuff. So, in that essence of what's there, I don't know. But
okay, what hardware are you using? Are you using Mac or PC?
A PC, 9th gen, 32 gigs. Yeah.
Can you read the chat with your screen reader?
Yes, I'm using the screen reader. So what I would do is hit Alt H, which is going to bring up the chat box, and then arrow down till everybody has left some sort of chat message.
Because in the captions, there's an option to see the captions full screen in the chat.
Right. Which for me,
it's called View Full Transcript.
Copy. For me specifically, I don't know if that will be a help or hindrance, because I'll be somewhat. To have you use a screen reader, you have so much coming at you already. So Alt U is to open up my panel view. So now I could go down Alt U, for example, check. Okay, MacLada videos on, unmuted. So I could go down the whole list and figure at least if someone is unmuted, muted. As blind
There's a
folks,
read active speaker name. Have you got that? There's a
yes,
shortcut
that's
for that.
next
Have you
to
got that?
view
set up?
though. That's next to view though, or Control Shift and the letter T for Tango. That
Okay.
would when you talk. So I'll
Yeah.
shut
So
up.
if I talk, and then you will be able to read my active. I'm the
John
active
Drinkwater,
speaker
it
now, so you
says.
can read my name. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So every time I hit that key stroke, I don't need to bother by when, how, who, what the picture looks like. Just hit the keys. If it heard your voice, it's going to say who you are by your label of your name. Zoom
I
meeting.
couldn't give you that in detail because I'm on a Mac,
No,
and
you're
of course the Mac shortcut was going to be different, so that's why I wanted to find out. I was just looking down
Does
the list.
Mac have
see.
one?
Sorry, Mac has a shortcut for read active speaker name. It's
Command Shift T, maybe?
2.
2. Copy.
Shift Command 2 is read active speaker name. Needs to be enabled, but that's the global shortcut in the settings.
Good to know. I'll pass that along to other blind Mac users.
That's all right. I was just trying to see if there's any other good ones that are useful for you.
Yeah, I use all the global shortcuts on the Windows side. So Alt, Control, Shift is really, really useful. So I don't know if it works on without using a screen reader, but let's say you're on your Gmail screen or some other screen, Facebook. You hit the Alt, Control, Shift, it should pop you right into the meeting again or put focus back to the meeting.
Rashid, a question for you. Are you using Companion?
I am not yet.
Okay.
Yet.
So I just wanted to give you a heads up that I use a plugin with Companion called Vicro Listener.
Okay.
And I'm able to call all the global shortcuts instead of using Zoom OSC through Vicro Listener.
And as a developer and a developer champion with Zoom,
yes,
if there are particular functions that you think would be useful for Zoom to make available through, say, the Stream Deck buttons to help visually impaired people, then please let me know what they are.
What about video? Okay, so I'm on office hours every day pretty much. So Mickey usually sets my camera, right? So he'll ask for camera control. You're able to do that right now if you want to, but ask for camera control. Yeah. And then they frame me just a little smidge here, smidge there, just to kind of get me evened up. Yep. And is there a way we could maybe set something up or some kind of preset setting somewhere where we could maybe set presets like 1, 2, and 3, where let's say you have shows 1, 2, and 3, and maybe shot 1 or preset 1 is like your tight shot, your wide shot is shot 2 or preset 2. Preset 3 is whatever. And if people could literally click through that and then have somebody tune it in, and that way you don't have to tune it in every single time, I think that would be a saver.
Yeah. So a good question. That would be related to two things. A, you would need a PTZ type of camera.
Maybe. I'm using a Brio right now, by the way. And
okay, that's fine. But again, if they wanted to be able to do PTZ type functionality,
not necessarily PTZ. Okay. It's more of framing. So when you ask for camera control, if I have too much headroom, you could at least bring my headroom down. If I have too many things on the left and right, you could at least tighten my shot a slight, from either angle. But for those presets to stay, then I know as a blind user, I could set it and forget it, because someone like yourself might have helped me set it up and say, okay, you're framed, you look good, set it and save it. And every time then the Brio, Insta360, whatever it is, it goes back to those settings, because when you ask for camera control, even through Insta360, it's going to the sensor, it's going to the software end to basically change those settings, so the parameters. So with my Brio camera, I'm able to change, like I could physically pan left, pan right. I could physically boom up and down. But after I'm done there, it's all the minor adjustments within the software. So when you ask for camera control, you're just little click here, little click there. And in comparison, you would probably see my shot on Office Hours Global more tightened up. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it.
Right. Hershey, here's
the
thought.
Well.
Yeah, you explained it very well. And again, Hershey, this is what I'll do before I throw over to Frank is what they're doing is they're doing a digital zoom. And what I'm talking about actually with the PTZ, it would be more of an analog or an optical zoom. Okay. And there's the difference is that, again, the PTZs that have the optical zoom built in, and again, John was talking about this earlier with Jan, is that you could actually have presets, right? within these units. Now, in the Brio, unless the Brio software is smart enough to remember the digital zoom settings, then you might not be able to do presets. That's my
Yeah,
thought.
it's a digital zoom setting that so
Yeah.
Brio does save my preset right now. So even my color is set to a 4100 Kelvin versus I'm basically a warmer color because it's
Yeah.
matching my lighting. So
Yeah.
4400 is my lights are my lights are set to 4100, but I've set the Brio to 4400 as far as lighting is concerned, and tweaked a few settings here and there. So this is a picture you get out of it. I mean, it's a Brio. It's cheap right now, $100, $100, but it works. It works for what I need it to do, and it's done over 365 episodes. So
Right. Go, Frank.
I was just going to mention the concept of ePTZ. So I have a PTZ camera. It's a Osbot, but I also have a Huddle Cam that's an ePTZ. So what it does is it takes the 4K sensor, and then it goes to the region of interest. So it pans and tilts on the sensor like electronically instead of mechanically, right?
Yeah. So the difference between what I was saying was that with the Brio right now, you are basically taking it's doing the digital zoom within the Brio. And what Frank is talking about with the ePTZ, it's the next level up when it comes to digital zoom, because it's actually got the 4K image wide shot. And now it's basically doing, yeah.
So here's my remote.
Yeah.
So, there's no mechanical action happening on this camera. It's doing a region of interest inside of the frame of the sensor electronically, right?
Yeah, so it's only taking a small section.
Region of interest is usually what it's called, but
he's using a remote that looks like a TV remote, and he's getting
Yes.
the same thing as you.
Yes. Many different ways, and then the next camera, if I go up from this, would probably be a Sony, because Sony has autofocus plus a screen reader built in. So next step probably is going to be leaning into the Sony camp, but like the ZV-10, ZV-1, nothing like FX or anything. Unless they want to put the software on it for me, then.
the only thing with presets that I'll say is your computer chair going to be exactly the same spot? Are you going to sit up straight and not slouch? Because the preset doesn't deal with the physical movement of where you were yesterday, right?
Right. And this is why you'll see that when you're in a staging environment, you'll see them actually putting down markers, right? So
That's
markers
why
spike tape.
If y'all notice me where this desk thing is, I'm basically all the way to the left of this chest drawer thingamajig. So every morning, like I said, this is exactly the same dance that I dance with Mickey or whomever. Move all the way to the left, and then just make sure that I'm centered. So just to give eye contact, you might be seeing that my eye contact's not terrible, but it's just where I'm looking. So I always have to set up my environment to say, okay, my keyboard is in front of me. I could touch in front of me to know that, okay, my placement is right in the center because the keyboard is in front of me. So I have to leave little landmarks or bump dots. Electrical tape works just as good.
Well, we've been talking about something similar to that earlier, because we were talking about the Insta360's
so
webcam.
The difference between the two, there's a newer one and an older one. The newer one does not have a rolling feature. The rolling feature, so if I turn left and right on my camera, I could change the roll angle on it. So if I have a camera roll to the left or roll to the right, on the first gen Link, it does offer that. On the second, the newest camera from Insta360, that is the Link as well, it does not offer Link 2. It does not offer the rollover.
It doesn't have the same gimbal situation that the first one had.
Yes, that's the main, and then the sensor is the same. It's still the larger sensor.
So a lot of people prefer the first version because they want that gimbal ability.
The gimbal ability, the larger sensor, and then it's bigger than the Brio sensor. So people left Brio in the dust.
I wonder if the whiteboard feature would work for you, because the whiteboard feature, you have those two little pieces of card with the little diagrams on them.
I'm waiting for Sony to get better and better at their AI, because then if you've seen FR7 at NAB or anything else, I mean, they did an incredible job with how it focuses on a person. I don't trust Insta's focusing AI.
So Sony has tremendous autofocus.
Yes. Waiting on something that's reliable, because I mean, as Jen already had that issue. Stood up from the desk, So all of a sudden, the camera has taken control on auto control or auto tracking, and now the whole shot is messed up.
Years ago, I used a system called Parker Vision on 3 professional cameras. They were basically where the fish plate attaches to the bottom of the camera. They were motorized 3-axis motors, and they tracked an IR amulet that the talent would wear at the front of the room. But anytime the talent held up like let's say a newspaper or something they wanted to demo, it would block out the IR, and the camera would go to hunt and seek mode, which looked terrible on a live broadcast. So you could constrain the window that you could electronically make a boundary, like don't search further than this. But we've come a long way since then.
Yeah, I mean, from the first days of the Insta360 Link to today, I mean, yeah, they've made a couple of leaps here and there, but I mean, OBSBot is, I think, probably a better quality picture, is what a lot of people say.
They also, they make a higher end camera too, like the OBSBot tail or whatever. But I mean,
Tail
it's
2 tail.
yeah,
all
it's
those-
like 10 times the price of a Link. It's like $1,600 or something, right?
That's because it's 10 times the size. Do you want to see one?
Oh wow.
Show and tell.
It's also, optical zoom's always preferable to digital zoom too, though, right?
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah,
if I'm
and
strong
that
enough
was
to
my
do that.
comment, Herschel.
Yes.
When I was making that comment, that was the reasoning, was saying that,
Yes.
ultimately it's better to be optical and digital should always be your.
Is that the $1,600 one, or however
It
many
is.
hundreds of pounds?
Yeah, it's so good that
And
it's got a thumbs up even.
And it's about as high. My grip can just about hold the finger under the bottom and touch the top of it. It's that big.
Wow.
It
Hey,
is.
By the way, Mike, I
One,
just
two,
wanted to
three,
quickly, if
5
anybody
inches.
wanted to look at stats and check my frame rate to see if the frame rates have been consistent with that 30. Still trying to diagnose why did it jump down to 25 on an edit. I asked you guys a question last week, but
Video.
Alrighty, I've spotlit you so everybody can check their settings.
I got in jail, got spotlighted. This is a fun kitchen. I like it.
Resolution 1920 by 1080. Receive.
And I'm seeing 29 fluctuating between 29 and 30, sir.
20, jumping between 28 and 30 frames per second.
And I'm the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, so I'm seeing 26, 27.
So
Too many hops.
when you do a record, I mean, my account has originated from India. I had to think back again because I use it here, but it was paid by in India, so I don't know.
Right,
if
doesn't
that-
matter. It's where you physically are
Okay, then it's
that
here.
determines which data center they go to. In theory,
In
I mean,
theory.
Mike can end up in Canada, or he can end up in the States. I can end up in London, or I can end up in Europe.
Right.
But in theory, it's the nearest quality data center to where you physically are on the internet.
When you're running the meeting, copy.
And John made me look. So officially today, I am broadcasting to the States.
Nice.
And if Frank wants to check and see if he's broadcasting to his American side from his land of Ottawa, right now my current one for our friends in Toronto, I'm broadcasting to US today when I joined. Why?
Yeah,
It's a
so
luck
it
of the
doesn't
draw.
matter who your account's paid to. It will be the data center that's nearest to where they can find you on the internet. That's got good availability. So it's not always exactly your next door data center. It could be the next one further along for whatever technical reasons that we wouldn't never know anyhow.
Yeah, and Hershey, that is based on again knowing the back end and built
Yes.
many content delivery networks. That's just it's load balancing, right?
I'm in the US, but I'm in the US for a reason.
Oh, that's nice, Frank.
No, it's because Zoom does have Canadian data centers,
Okay.
but if you use them, you can't get all of the Zoom functionality for cloud recordings and other things and transcripts. There's certain things they don't offer in Canada, so to get the full feature set, we use the US ones, but we keep encouraging Zoom to give us parity with the US data center abilities.
Interesting. I didn't know there was that. But again,
while
that's-
doing local records, can that affect the 25 frame per second or 30?
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
no.
Anything that use CPU, RAM, or bandwidth could theoretically impact you. So
And it's also local is more likely to give a better you and a worse guest. Whereas cloud, everybody should be the same.
Even heat could impact your frames per second if your equipment's hot.
Right. Yeah, just trying to diagnose that. Dave Troutman also does office hours, and I interviewed him recently. And after we finished it, he was saying that he was getting 25 frames rather than 30. So,
where is he based?
He's based out of Canada. I was based out of Florida.
Interesting.
So
that
is
weird.
Zoom has a built-in network test that can help you isolate a lot of things like jitter, ping, a whole bunch of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, because again, as soon as you said the magical number of 25, I'm automatically thinking you're over where John is over in the UK, because that's their.
And then I thought India, because India might be 25 as well compared to 30. So
right, but again, you're right now, I'm telling you, you're sending 30, and I think it's more based on your. That way, I think Zoom is not going to limit it to your. I think it's going to be based more on. Let me say it right. So you're based in the US, and of course we're 30 or in the 29.97, 30 or 59.94 or 60.
You're thinking PAL and NTSC, but I'm thinking more like, in your neighborhood, how slammed is, the internet backbone in your regional, like just in your neighborhood, like if your DSL, for example, is the local, box under a lot of use, like who knows, right? Or if you're on cable, like there's all kinds of things that can impact, right? Are other people in your house using internet right now? Is anyone watching Netflix? Is anyone playing a video game? Like there's so many things, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Again, it's hard to diagnose it. It's just I'm not much of an editor anymore because of eyesight, but as I sent the file off the hot press of Zoom, I don't want to give someone bad files.
So the thing you can do with Zoom is cloud record, and on the Zoom web portal, there's an optimized for third-party editors that'll make it 30 frames per second.
Copy. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and Hershey, make sure if you're doing local record that you also enable that too.
Yes. I got that from last week, and that was already checked. So yes, thank you for that.
And don't forget to, once you've got your cloud recording, delete it, because it will still be available for 30 days if you need to undelete it. And that way you will keep your usage of their storage down.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is not an issue to corporates, but it's a big issue to small users.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm lucky. I've got Business Plus.
I mean, I could go get the plus sign. What do I have to do? Just go get a plus sign and attach it to the front?
Well, it seems that Zoom's adding plus to everything at the moment, so that's fine. You just wait. Everything's
coming soon.
Plus.
Another plus.
Right.
Rashid, were you watching us at the beginning when David and I
No, I missed out. I caught where we were talking about the Insta360 and such that. So I probably caught on at 5 o'clock Eastern, close or 5:30.
So are you familiar with Zoom sessions?
Very little. I know that if you have Zoom sessions and a 1080p Zoom Pro Plus account, then you're all set with 1080p and don't have to do anything.
And you have full access to all liminal products?
And I don't know much about that, but are they available to use on Windows? Because I would think that they're Mac only. Yeah.
Currently, they are not. But I do have a little bit of breaking news from Wednesday's official answer is that the graphic toolkit, Olin, make sure you're sitting, will be available for Windows.
Whoa. Maybe somebody could help me use that and I could have graphics. What?
That's right. What? Yeah. So for the PC lovers out there, I'm included.
Rejoice.
Graphic toolkit they're going to be Mac and Windows versions. And that came from Jonathan during his seminar on Wednesday.
Cool.
Yes.
And if I have my way, there'll be an explosion of those types of tools before Christmas.
Just don't put Hershey Bar into jail anymore, please, sir.
Yeah, no Hershey bars going in jail anymore, Johnny. Yeah, that's too funny. Yeah, so I didn't know what to expect. Rashid, what I got in there.
But it works. It works.
Considering I had 6 others
don't
today.
raise your hands too much, because then you'll get put in jail. Then don't come in with Hershey bars. You'll get it.
Yeah, I'm getting the. I'm the guy that writes the apps that cause trouble. Definitely, definitely. Hey, if you get a programmer and give him the API and show all the stuff,
the auto lowering hand feature, I don't know, that kind of messes people up, because then they would automatically go to jail for trying to pop their hand right back up.
Well, you can set the parameters, so you can say, you don't say one hand up and you get thrown in. You say so many hands up over so many seconds. So you might be 5 hand ups over 15 seconds. So if you keep raising and lowering your hands, you will get activated. But but it was a problem. I mean, it is a genuine problem in a lot of open meeting type places. Whatever name, anonymous, those types of groups, that they had this problem, and the easiest way to fix it was in an app in software.
I just don't understand why it's not a setting on the Zoom web portal where an administrator can say flooding prevention, and you set a parameter and the system auto detects it and goes, yeah, you broke the admin's rules. You're not, you're either kicked out or you can't raise your hand for an hour or something.
John, I know you know the official political answer, so please let everybody know that official answer.
You guys come up with lots of really amazing ideas. There's no way engineering ever going to create them in time.
I know they have a list of 10 million requests, right? And they have sprints. They're doing their development sprints, and they do what they do, right?
They do. If they're like anything like the programmers I know, they do the ones for the people that shout the most, and the other ones that are really easy.
Zoom bombing,
ignore the ones in the middle.
Zoom bombing is a real concern for meetings, and it should be part of the security structure of Zoom that you could prevent I'll call it hand flooding. There should be some way, either they should set the limit or they should let the admin set the limit.
True. And Johnny,
my app was fast track, Frank. It was released in 4 weeks, and it usually takes 2 or 3 months.
That's fantastic.
So they helped me as much as they could in fast tracking the app, and I kept it as simple as possible. So it would, so there'll be the least. That's why it doesn't know anybody's name. But if they get reported, then obviously that's then passed on to Zoom to deal with. I don't have to worry about that bit. So I kept it as simple for the security purposes, and they did fast track it for me.
Yeah, you were wise to not collect too much personal data.
Yeah, yes. I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know the name of them.
And I hear it all the time when Johnny talks to me about making the app. Is Frank going to be able to use this?
Yeah, it's a Franken test.
Yeah. Will this pass the Frank test?
Well, Frank, we do pull your leg about it, but it is a valid thing. If you think about creating an app, so take any of the discussions we've had about lower thirds apps. If you create a lower third app and you decide to get information about the users, which you don't really need because you just want to do it for marketing purposes, then you've probably got no chance of anybody in the corporate world using it. Nobody in the education world will even no
one in government, no one in healthcare.
Exactly.
You just cut out, and those are the people who are probably going to have the deepest pockets to buy your product, right?
Exactly. You've just got the 40-50% of users who are all single users. You've got to market to one at a time.
And they're complaining about spending $14 a month.
Yeah, even to have the app running, let alone buy something off marketplace. Yeah, so you've got to, and I go on to the developers about this as well. You've got to have a view to the security, otherwise those other big users won't use it. And if you can persuade a corporate to buy it, you can cut the price to nothing and still make a profit. I mean, it costs money to write these apps in time, and it also costs money to have a server sitting there to make them available to people. So it's difficult to do it for zero. But you've got to then, if you're going to think of commercializing it, you've got to think of the marketplace. So we have to make it Frank proof, or not. In fact, your
approach is very wise.
Thank you very much. I have an even more naughty app now, which might cause trouble. I have discovered a way of, how can I put this? I've found a way of creating an app that you can then put in your account, and it will read other apps and tell you what data they have they have access to. So I have an app that Welshes. I don't know what's the in trendy name for giving away secrets to the cops. I don't know what it is. Anyhow, I have an app that gives away the secrets.
Grassing them up.
Grassing, yeah, that'll do. I have an app that grasses up other apps. And the reason I started writing it was because a lot of corporates are paying third-party developers to fix tools for them. And I know from experience, a lot of the developers will go, oh yeah, we'll have access to that. We'll have access to that. Or we might need that. We'll have access to that. Now, are they locking it all down when they finish? Well, the official answer would be when they go live, Zoom will validate them. But the problem is, if it's a corporate, I know all the corporates are going to be panicking. If it's a corporate, it's got a third-party person to write an app for them. They write an app for them in their account. There is no need and no process for Zoom to check that app because the user's done it on their own account under the development license and they never publish it. So there's no security process. So if somebody has written an app and they've asked for permissions to data that the corporate privacy team would not like them to access to, unless they're an expert, they're not going to know it's even possible. And that's a worry for me. So I haven't finished it because I've got to work out how to pass the data, but it is possible to write an app that will look at the manifest, I think is the technical word they use, but basically it's a list of all the function calls that app has asked permission to access the data. And by using that, you can then see what that app has access to in any environment. So if I wasn't unpopular with a handwriting app, I'm going to be more unpopular when I release that one.
You're a change agent. We need change agents.
I just love the tool, and I just want to encourage people to do more and more great stuff with it. That's as easy as that.
And John's going to be the new antivirus for Zoom apps. You too will find out if this permission or that permission is.
Yes, please install anti-frank. The new anti-frank system is now available.
That's too funny. I like that one. And
we'll
we have to come up with a button.
Yeah,
John,
we'll have a big logo.
With a button.
Yeah, and then have a logo. Frank approves, and have Frank.
That's right. The big circle.
Yeah.
Frank approves.
Frank approves.
Right.
Frank approves. Yeah. Frank approves this app for education.
That's right.
Yeah.
When you speak of me, and you will speak of me, speak fondly. I don't know.
Well, we do. We do.
We do.
This is, to me, this is the power of the kitchen. The fact that we have all these different examples of different people who are all dealing in their all little vertical markets. And whenever I'm doing code and whenever I'm just seeing how something works with Zoom, that's why the Zoom Test Kitchen works. That's why I'm going to get a bit emotional now, because that's what I believe is the secret of the Zoom Test Kitchen. We've got all these people who have their own separate worlds that they work in, all using the same product. And the implications of what one of us may find can be completely different to others. And that's the power, I believe, of the kitchen. Oh, I love you, boys.
Oh, he's getting all sentimental on us, gang, on YouTube. What are we going to do? It might be time to wrap
Stiff
up.
upper lip there.
Stiff up there.
I've got to manage a conference for Toastmasters in 6 hours' time.
Go get some nap. Go have some sleep.
All right. So it sounds like it's that time of the day to wrap up and put a bow on it for this week. And everybody that's a panelist, of course, stand by for. We haven't figured out yet what we're calling it, but I'll just call it after hours or after show, post show, whatever you want to. The post show.
The scrub up in the kitchen.
Yeah, that's right. We're cleaning the dishes. We made all the mess now. We're cleaning up the dishes. We're in the kitchen finishing up the dishes. And we're about to do the deep house version.
Oh, there's nothing wrong with your headset. We are going to play some music.
And it's officially.
We use the word music very, I don't know, careful.
That would be correct. And it would be the Zoom Test Kitchen theme. So everybody still watching? Enjoy.
Yeah.
camera, not a drab. We'll show you how to host like a pro, manage like a king. With Zoom Test Kitchen, you'll be zooming with a zing. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. Whether you're new to Zoom or an expert in disguise, we've got tips and tricks, we'll open up your eyes. From polls to quizzes, we test functionalities. Join us live, see what Zoom does with these. So if your meetings lag, or you can't share your screen, or if your audio echoes like you're stuck in between, we've got solutions, we'll show you how it's done. Zoom Test Kitchen, where Zoom fun has begun. Zooming in, we're testing it all. Live on YouTube each week. From audio to video, no feature we won't tweak. We're the Zoom Test Kitchen crew, here to innovate. Join the fun, learn the tech, don't be late. So tune in, don't miss out on this tech fest we lead. Every Friday, Zoom Test Kitchen, where you'll succeed. We'll make your Zoom meeting smooth, keep the tech in check. In the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back. No We're the Zoom Test Kitchen, we've got your back.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining us this week on the Zoom Test Kitchen. Don't forget to like and subscribe to our channel to let YouTube know how much you like our content. Don't forget, we're here every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific starting time. And for all those joining late, we do start at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific. And see everyone next week for another edition of the Zoom Test Kitchen.